You have now entered the no friend zone. Peace, 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 peace. Peace and blessings, family. You have now entered the no friend zone with myself, Elder Yarah, and my great brother, Andrew, the student. Shalom and peace and blessings to Sister Cassandra in the building. Professor Lovely Lady, I appreciate you as well for being in the building as always. And you guys know what it is. We've been advertising this for a few days now. We're going to be talking about the superiority of Catholicism and Christianity. This is a topic that my brother Andrew, the student, brought to my attention. He wanted to discuss. So I'm going to fall back a little bit. We're going to see what the brother has to say and what kind of dialogue and how he kind of wants to take it. And we'll see what this thing looks like, man. Happy Friday, man. I know some of you have been working vigorously, been toiling hard on a plantation, so to speak. Whether you work at home or whether you have to get up and go to an office. Hey, listen, we have to do what we have to do, but we thank and praise the Most High Yah for allowing us the opportunity to be able to keep a roof over our heads, food on our tables, keeping us in our right mind. And you know, in all things give thanks, man. In all things give thanks to the Most High Yah. So hey, man, that's my opening. That's my spiel right now, man. I'm gonna turn over to my brother Andrew the Great. See, your mic is hot.
Yo, what's going on? What's going on?
What's good? What's good, my good brother? Peace and blessings to you. Shalom, Hotep, Ashe.
You know what
All
I'm
of the
saying?
wonderful
Shalom.
welcomes, man.
Shalom, Hotep, praises to the Most High, praises to the ancestors, big KMT in the building. Shout out to the Geechee Islands. You know what I mean? I got to go through all my stuff. Y'all know
No
the
doubt.
vibes. It's the no friend zone. Big Drew and Elder Yarah. I'm looking forward to a great conversation. I was checking out one of your joints yesterday. I didn't know it was a pre-recording. I was trying to jump in, man. That was a good conversation that y'all was having. And you showed some like real work, bro. That's what this it's about, the work. People get
Yeah,
on here and just
absolutely.
kind of give opinions. They give opinions, but at the end of the day, it's about the work. And
Yeah,
when
no
you
doubt.
stand on facts, bro, you 7 foot tall. So I couldn't do nothing but salute. You know what I mean? It was a good show.
Yeah, no doubt. I appreciate that.
No problem, no problem. How was your I don't know if you do the New Year's, but how was your, you know what I mean, holiday season? Did you get out a little bit?
I got out. I don't, I don't necessarily celebrate. I don't celebrate. Let me say that I don't celebrate the New Year's at all. I don't do the Christmas holidays. Um, I talk a little bit about it. I just give my opinion, my understanding on it. But what I've come to find out during this particular period of time, because of the land that we live in, this is the time that most people throughout the year at least come together as a family, whether you have of like beliefs or not, in regards to your faith or your spiritual walk. It is a time of gathering. Anytime you can get family together in one place. We lose so many people throughout the year. We hear so many tragic stories of loved ones that have lost their lives from sickness and disease to gun violence to domestic violence. We hear so many horror stories. Anytime you can get family to come together in one place and just commune, and it's peaceful. I'm all for that. I support that. I don't have to support necessarily the holiday in order to support family getting together. So I always support family get together. I don't keep myself away from my family during these times because usually, I live in a different state than my brothers and sisters and my parents. So anytime I get the opportunity to go and visit them, I try to do that. So yeah, man. So I did go visit my family, man. Did a little bit of traveling, went to visit my family. So we had a good
Yeah.
time as usual, man. So I appreciate this time them being able to come together, man. So no doubt.
Yeah, that's a good thing. That's a good thing because that's really what it's about. And nobody, I mean, I can't say nobody, but nobody's trying to really celebrate the new year. Nobody's doing that, but this is the time that we all have off work. You know what I mean? We got real jobs, we got real lifestyles, real responsibilities. So when we do have time off work all at the same time, it's about the family. You know what I mean? I'm way up here in Indiana. So it's my whole family's in Atlanta. So I do a lot of
Okay,
traveling back
yeah.
and forth. You know what I mean? And it's always good to see them. So shout out to my Atlanta fam. They own what we own too. They're gonna start checking us out and sharing it. I think that'll
No
be a
doubt.
good market for us down in Atlanta. They got a
Absolutely.
thriving conscious community down there. And I mean some of
Mhm.
everybody, bro. It's the Moors, it's the Hebrews, it's KMT. They
Okay.
are active, man. So that's a hotbed for the conscious community. So make sure y'all checking out Atlanta. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt,
But
no doubt. Shout out to the
yeah,
folks down in the ATL, man. No doubt, no
hell yeah.
doubt, no doubt. So, hey, we see what the topic is, man. I have so a little bit to say. I'll put a little bit of spin, but man, I'm gonna let you rock out with it, man. However you
Okay.
want to do it, and whatever you want to get into. So the floor is yours, my brother. Let's do it. It's the no
Let's do
friend
it.
zone, fam.
It's no friend zone. We're talking about this. This is my personal take. I know it's shocking to a lot of people, especially to my Hebrews, especially to Protestants, regular Christians. you know what I mean, they may not want to hear this, but I really want to go over the superiority of Catholicism. Just how they did everything transparently. The transparency of Catholicism puts it above everybody else. And it starts from the beginning. Just a unadulterated truth telling. Like, you got Pope against Pope, you got people getting exiled, and there's just a lot going on. Also, being a 2,000-year-old monarchy, I mean, if you don't understand what that really means, you need to like sit back. We praise Egypt for, you know, having thousands of years of you know, dynasty after dynasty after dynasty. We're watching a 2,000-year-old monarchy. And you know, they've kept great records. They canonized the actual Bible. People out here giving their lives away for this thing, and they don't even know who canonized it. They don't know who actually went through the dirty work of getting this together, you know what I mean, and standing on it to the point that it might cause a war. You know what I'm saying? Just the names that we've grown to love, from Jesus to all the other, you know, people of the book, they really brought that to the world. A lot of people give pushback and get to talking about first century Christianity, but we talked about that in our last thing. That is such a diverse group that, you know, it was nothing to really call one thing. Everybody believes something different. And when I say something different, I mean like far apart from each other. And they were also, you know, fighting over it. It was a lot going on. So that was kind of how I wanted to start everything, just to let you know who brought what to the table. And when it comes to which denomination, if you want to call it, or which sect of Christianity brought the most to the table, it is the Catholics. And also when we do the ancient Egypt versus Christianity, or comparing the two, when we do that type of comparison, ancient Egypt always gives, you know, the opposing team a handicap match, because we let y'all separate from Catholicism. We allow that. We allow that just to make it a more engaging conversation. Because if we kept the Catholics grouped together with y'all, then it wouldn't even be an argument about what you've taken, you know, from Africa or from Egypt or from Kemet, whatever label you want to put on it. It would be so complete that you would pretty much be on my team, especially somebody like you who deals with reason. If you find something contrary to your beliefs to be a fact, I've seen you adjust your thought patterns. I've seen you adjust your arguments. I've seen you adjust your logic to allow room for the facts. And if we kept Christianity and Catholicism as one, which they started off as one, I feel like that wouldn't even be an argument. From, you know, they got a whole Egyptian museum in the Vatican. They picking up our obelisks and taking it around the world. You know what I'm saying? And they so real. That's what I'm saying. The transparency, they leave the original markings on the obelisk. They tell you where they got it from. They tell you why they took it. Like, it is such night and day when you compare it to a modern day Protestant. If I talk to the Protestant about the Bible, they're going to say, oh, it was inspired by God. God breathed it into these people. You know what I'm saying? They're going to give me this whole spiel about it being God inspired, pretty much. When I talk to the Catholics about it, it's a whole different spiel. They be like, well, we don't really know who wrote this one, but we've kind of chopped it down into thinking it's John because he mentions this and it's written in this style. We found it in 65 AD. That's the oldest copy we have. They go in such great detail that you can't do nothing but tip your hat. I think living in America, this being a Protestant country, or the byproduct of Protestants, I think that we've kind of always grew up with a weird negative connotation against the Catholics. Some deserved, you know, they did. I'm not saying they were perfect. You know what I mean? They was taking boys out. They was going to war. And then, you know, you get into the 20th century and 19th century, 20th century, you know, you get some rogue bishops and rogue, you know, out doing all type of wild stuff. So I'm not saying it's all just a dream, but I'm saying it's a transparent dream, and they talk about their flaws. You know what I mean? And they keep it in order. They have encyclopedias where you can go through everything. And they died for it. When you really look at all the saints and the apostolic fathers, this ain't something they was just talking about in temples. They was outside dying for this, and then took over. And you know what I mean? So I just think it's just a lot. If you got any, statements, we can kind of bring this conversation into some specific things. So right now I'm just kind of talking in general.
Yeah. Interesting. Let me ask you this for just to give some background. Are you from a Catholic background?
I guess partially. I went to Catholic school, so I've always had like the history of Christianity was like, that was a class. I've been writing reports on this since 5th, 6th grade. And then, my parents are Protestant. So I went to a regular Protestant church, you know what I'm saying? A good old black church with a super dope choir and pretty girls in the pews, you know what I mean? So we was on something different. But in school, I always got a deeper understanding and truth. When I asked my dad those same questions, or I asked one of the deacons those same questions, they're going to give me a off the wall answer. You know what I'm saying? And then say, oh, you don't understand God. You're not supposed to understand God. They'll go there with it. The Catholics will really break it down and be like, nah, St. Ignatius said that, and he was martyred for it. And no one really picked up on that word until 200 years later when it's added to this edict. I mean, they go into they tell you why it's there. And they started this. So I think we kind of just need to hit the reset button on how we look at them. You know what I'm saying? And I think I may be a little biased. My bias would be because of how they stand on Egypt. I like to see that some culture is repping what I feel some of our ancestors were doing, even if it's not saying everybody's from Egypt or nothing like that. I'm just saying we got somebody repping African culture hard to the point that they dressing like it. They doing ceremonies like it. They go in there and grabbing bodies and tombs and obelisks and bringing it to their spot. You know what I mean? So I just think it's really important. It's really important to look at it. And they started this. So I think we can start there. They started this. This is really their thing. And not you, but people that are outside of Catholicism are damn near. If you're not Orthodox or some type of Coptic or something, then you're a Protestant, and you are an active protest against the church. And if you're the type of person that believes Jesus was God in a human body, if you truly believe that, then you would have to like fall in line with the people that he sent out, with the first monarch bishop being Peter. Peter was right there with Jesus. If you think Jesus is God, then we had a human chilling with God. And God told him all this stuff, and he went and started his church. He blessed Mark. Mark went to Cairo or Alexandria and started his church. You know what I'm saying? He also put one up in Rome. You would have to follow that succession. And that is what Catholicism does, which I feel makes it superior, especially when I'm talking to believers. If I was talking to an atheist, none of this stuff would really even weigh anything. But talking to a believer, if you feel God came down here on earth in flesh, then we need to follow that succession. Who was he chilling with? Oh, he was chilling with Peter. Oh, he was chilling with Mark. Oh, he was with Matthew. We probably need to listen to what they were saying. And that is what the Catholic Church is built on. So I think that's pretty important. A lot of people confuse it with the Roman Catholic Church, which they kind of were interchangeable at certain times. But if we really get into that, they'll see how inaccurate that is, like big inaccurate. I mean, and you would have to crush centuries of time together to make that a true statement. But go ahead.
Okay. I mean, that's very interesting. I mean, you brought up some key points. Before I go a little bit further, man, I have invited my brother on. He popped in the chat, man, unexpectedly. Good to see him, my brother Yasha, been Israel, man. You guys have probably had some interaction before. I know we kind of, kind of in the same circles, but the brother is very knowledgeable. But I do love that he's here because of his perspective. Because if I'm not mistaken, and my brother could speak for himself, he doesn't really relegate any credence to the New Testament to a degree. And he can correct me if I'm wrong. So I think this gives a interesting aspect to the conversation. So so I'm gonna let him introduce himself, and then I'm gonna pose a question to you.
Hey, great. Hey, brother, glad to be here. I don't believe that I've had any interactions with the other brother.
Okay.
Me and you interacted all the time. I believe this is my first time meeting with him.
Okay.
I just want to make a statement, and I hope that the statement encourages him and empowers him at the same time. But he made a statement that there's Israelites. He knows that there's going to be some Israelites that's going to be upset with what he says, and some Protestants as well. I want you to know that in my lifetime, I'm 51 years old. I have worn both hats as Protestant and Israelite, and I agree with you wholeheartedly about the superiority in Christianity. I agree with the statement, unless you're like a Coptic or something like that. And even in the case of a Coptic, they have been infiltrated by Catholicism, which brings them up to number one. When we're Protestants, the Protestants protested against Catholics, which were here first, because they came up out of Catholicism. You know, the Lutherans and the Episcopalian churches, they're Protestant, but a lot of their services to this day is still almost just like the Catholic Church. You know, the whole Protestant movement came right up out of the Catholic Church, which deems it superior, it deems its superiority. I mean, the very idea that the Catholics were the ones who changed the day of the Sabbath, you know, to Sunday, and all other Christians follow it. No other Christians have did any Reformation and went outside of the Seventh-day Adventists, you know. I mean, I agree wholeheartedly with you, man. Wholeheartedly with you that the Catholicism is the superior Christianity.
Hey, that's what's up. That's what's up. I'm actually surprised from that feedback, but it's like greeted, you know what I'm saying? Happily. So right on for that. I'm really just looking at the facts. And when I say facts, I'm just talking about the chronological order that things took place, who did what. I mean, they're so transparent that we can get into like the people who are at each council. You know what I mean? We can do an attendance of who's at each council. The council Nicaea, the other one in Hippo, the one in Constantinople. We can kind of, and sometimes we can get in, we can see the minutes. We can see what the argument was, which argument was against which argument, who won, what happened to the loser, what happened to the winner. I mean, it is so, it's almost like some Game of Thrones stuff. Like when you really get into it, it's just like they really trying to make a kingdom on earth and succeeded. You know what I'm saying? That's the crazy part. They succeeded against a lot of opposition, and not just basic opposition. I mean, they went against Rome, went against the Jews, went against Islam, went against whole countries. You know what I'm saying? They was taking over.
They conquered all of Europe. I mean, straight conquest.
Straight conquest, bro. So I'm like, we kind of got to tip your hat a little bit. And I think it's kind of been categorized as a white religion. But when we start looking at the beginning, the actual apostolic fathers and the apostles themselves, it's a lot of Africans. It's a lot of Africans. And when I say Africans, I'm not using the word black. I'm talking about people that was born on the continent of what we know as Africa, and many of them died on the continent that we know as Africa.
Yeah. St. Augustine, Tertullian were Berbers. They were they were Berbers. I did a show maybe about a month ago, and I got some pretty nice views on it, considering that I have a small channel. And I'm talking about the African synods and the conferences of Hippo and things of nature. There's a lot of misinformation that is being taught about the Bible itself. We talk about the origin of it. Many think that the Bible was canonized at the Council of Nicaea, and nothing is further from the truth. The Bible was collected, canonized, and put together right here in North Africa in Carthage, at the Carthage of Hippo. And it was Carthaginians and Africans that put together and canonized the Bible. It was at the Conference of Hippo, and there was another conference after that that solidified it, all in North Africa. So that Bible was put together. The Catholic Bible was put together by Africans, as well as in Ethiopia, who had a Bible that predated the Catholics, supposedly. Altogether separate from the Catholics, still put together by African people.
Very true, very true. And I think, and that's why I kind of brought up the attendance. When you look at the attendance at the councils, it was like Team Africa and Team Rome, and you see Africa keep winning. Like it's crazy. And they speak openly.
Real interesting, real quick. While talking about that, the African synods. A lot of people know that it was conflict within Catholicism. You know, how Arianism almost took over. But in these conflicts, that the people from Africa, the synods from Africa, really didn't want to do nothing. Didn't want nothing to do with Rome at first, and they were really having real conflicts with Rome because they didn't want to attend. You know, the synods, the councils. You know, they felt like that they were superior. You know, but ultimately they end up succumbing. You know, but and these were the superiorities, the authors of what we know as Christianity today. You know, your first, second century Christianity, we have very little to no records of that.
Very true.
So we don't have a real clear picture of First Testament, first century Christianity, second century Christianity either.
I think that the Apostolic Fathers in the late first century and early second century, they started popping up and going on a mission, man. Going on a mission is crazy when you really look at what they have said to have done and how they all died. I want to get into that a little bit. I had some notes on some of the first people that really went out to talk about it, and you know what their fate was for, you know what I mean? But you said something interesting about the Reformation. And we need to say this on the airwaves. The Reformation happened 900 years after the beginning of Catholicism. We need to understand what that means. It's 2024. Like, what's 900 years ago? We're going where? 1100 something? Where we going? Like, do you know how long of a time that they did their thing? Like, you know what I mean?
1300, we go back 900 years ago, put us back in medieval time.
You see what I'm saying? So that's how long they put it down. So I don't like when people hold the Reformation up like it means something in the eyes of history. It's a blip on the eyes of history.
What happened was the Second Reformation. You know, that Second Reformation is what it's like a whole bunch of revivals of the First Reformation. And out of that Second Reformation, this is where you get your Pentecostals, your Seventh-day Adventists, your Mormons, you know, all of these new Protestant movements that we see today are not, they're a product of the Second Reformation. They're not a product. The First Reformation is the John Wesleys and Calvinism and all of those. You know, Martin Luther and all of those guys.
Yeah, Martin Luther set it off. He gets the credit. But the Calvinists, the Wesleyans, all of them was mighty with the pen. They pen game was like, you know, next level. It was hard to compete with them in their writings. And, you know, they kind of took over. I think another brother, John Locke, too. It was just some great writers, you know what I mean? But my whole point is that that's 900 years later. Like, his words shouldn't be able to affect history. You know what I'm saying? Something that he writes in the 1400s has nothing to do with something from the 3rd century or the 4th century or the 5th century or the 6th century. We can just keep going through. His words don't affect those things. He was really writing about the issues he was facing at that time. A lot of the church had went rogue. You know what I'm saying? That it had spread it so far that you might find a monastery or a church and you can kind of do what you want to do in there. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody really to tell on. Internet, ain't no police, ain't nobody got a camera phone to show what I'm really doing in here. And so people started to take advantage of that and abusing it. And so if you look at like the things that Martin Luther was against, it is very proximity driven about what was going on in Germany and the Catholics in Germany. You know what I mean? So I don't like how they've made that mean something else.
Yeah, something else that fueled the Protestants that the Catholics had neglected was that Gutenberg printing press. Was it the gluten? How do you pronounce that word? The printing press.
Yeah, Gutenberg. I think you're doing it right.
Yeah, that allowed for the commoner to have access to the Bible. You know what I'm saying? And that strengthened the Protestant movement to a great degree, because didn't nobody have to depend upon their local preachers and pastors and fathers to dictate to them, what thus saith the Lord. The people had the freedom to open up that book anytime they wanted to. And a lot of the Protestants, you know what I'm saying, went through a great, especially during the Enlightenment period, went through great zeal to break that Bible down, but it was the fuel. It was that printing press, man, that made that Bible. It produced literacy. You know what I'm saying? It promoted literacy, and now you're dealing with Enlightenment people. You're dealing with a more intelligent class of people, and that's what fueled them and gave them power, to go against Catholicism. But yet still, it didn't take over the superiority.
Yeah, very true. And another thing we need to talk about with the printing press, Martin Luther took 6 books out. I feel like that needs to be highlighted.
I don't force my.
Who's that? MVP in the building?
Yeah. I can't stay too long. Hey, Yarah, I was trying to call you the other day. I'm sorry to cut you guys build off here. I was trying to call you the other day because I think you thought I was disrespecting you when I was kicking you off and bringing you back. I was just joking with you. You know what I'm saying? I was just joking with you when I was doing that. You know what I'm saying? But I just want to apologize if you thought that. You know what I'm saying? No. Is he there?
Yeah, I think he was muted. It was me and the other brother talking.
Peace to you.
Yeah, I'm here, brother. Hey, shout out to Chris MVP Harris, man. Hey, man, listen, I appreciate your apology since you extended it, but I didn't, you know me, man. I have tough skin, bro. I didn't fall out with you about it, bro, at all. I ain't think nothing about it as soon as I.
Okay. I was like, because everybody be asking, like, I did this thing called Mesopotamia, the true origin of Christianity. And everybody's like, where Yarah at? Everybody was like, where Yarah at? Where Yarah at? Because everybody be liking to hear me and you debate. Yeah.
I could not get on at the time, but I did see that. I did watch it. I didn't watch it through the end. And what I wanted to say to you, man, just on this, and then we'll get back to this show, is that I feel like actually you and I had that conversation years ago. I think back when we was on the the other debate channel, and I was like, you see a lot of Sumerian motifs back in the day, and you was like, okay, yeah, that's what you're on right now. But I was saying, like, I've always noticed and seen that, but that's why I draw the connection more so closely than with ancient Kemet to a degree. But I did see that. I did enjoy that reading. Actually, I wanted to hop on, so maybe if you get some time, whenever you can, I'll come on and you can revisit that because I think that was a really good read, you did. But man, no love lost between me and you, man. I don't have
I was wondering like where he been at and stuff like that. Yeah.
No, man.
Hey, do me a favor, call my phone. Call because I'm live right now. So call my phone right now so I can lock your number in because I got a new phone.
Okay.
So
no doubt.
hit me up.
Okay.
Hey, shout out to you brothers on here. I got to get back to the panel because we got to address delusion. They talking about 87% of West African DNA is for entertainment purpose only, and her ass running around here talking about she Black European. You got to get we got to get these silly motherfuckers out of here. It's more true to the Israelite doctrine than it is to the matter of fact. It's 99.9% more truth to the Israelite doctrine than it is to this damn Black and Indian shit. So we definitely I gotta address this because she made herself look real stupid, not understanding what autosomal DNA is. You can't get around that, scientifically. Yeah. You can't get around your autosomal. It's just impossible. You know what I'm saying? So
I saw it, man. But y'all beat up on the sister. But yeah, that do have.
No, we not. She beat up on herself. Yeah,
but
she beat up on herself.
It is misleading to how she was producing the information. I did see it, but yeah, man. Shout out to you, man. I'm gonna send you my number, man, and right. We can get back at it, man. But no doubt, man. I appreciate you, but no love lost, man. I ain't think nothing of it, bro.
Okay, all right, peace.
All right, man. All right. Peace, brother. Yep. All right, man. It's y'all good, man. Go ahead, bro. My apologies.
You good.
Interrupted the bill.
Yeah, I'm gonna fall back though. I just wanted to say that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no doubt, man. I definitely want you, man. I definitely want you to stay on, man, because I think you and this brother are having a really important dialogue right now, if you can. So if you can hang around, man, so definitely, if you can stick around for the show, no doubt, because you can definitely add an interesting aspect to this conversation as you already have. I do want to do one thing though, brothers. I do want my big brother Andrew the student to Sister Cassandra mentioned a while back. I put it up on the screen. I don't know if you can see it, but she says, interesting. I have always had a different view of Catholicism because of its divergence from the Bible. She says, I believe Catholicism is a false religion. So I want to talk about that a little bit, and I hope I'm not getting here the way you wanted to take the conversation or really detouring it. And then I wanted to bring the conversation back to, I think, where both you brothers have already touched on and talk about pre-Reformation of the Catholic Church versus post-Reformation. So pre-Reformation would be up until the time of Constantine. That would be pre-Reformation, and then up until the time you guys were talking about where we see the actual Reformation began to occur, going back about 900 years or so, almost 1,000 years ago from where we are now. So that dealing with their pre-Reformation and post-Reformation, and then address the sister's comment on the screen, because I do want to kind of get into that a little bit as well. And if I'm going too far, y'all can pull back and just keep with the bill.
No, that's fine.
This comment, I appreciate her comment greatly. But I'll say something real quick, and I'm gonna jump off of that. But with the pre-Reformation, what really have to be understood is that that was when Christianity was had a very, very, very Jewish element to it. It was after Constantine and his Catholicism is when they separated all of the Jewish elements out of it. That's what the Council of Nicaea was largely about, and the many ecumenical conferences that came after that. It was a separating it from its Jewish origins. When the Pope separated Easter Sunday from the Passover, when he created the Saturday Sabbath, when he created the 7-day week, all of those things were things that were done to disconnect it, the original 1st and 2nd century Judaism from its very, very Jewish origins.
Okay. Okay. I think that was a good response. I want to respond to the sister as well. I think that's why we're kind of having this conversation, because we gotta put things in order. And when I say order, I mean like chronologically. Everything, the Catholicism was first. So I don't know how it can be a false religion. Like, who would be the real religions? The people that popped up 900 years later? Like who would, I don't, or the Jews? Like, you know what I mean? I don't understand. I guess I wouldn't understand the premise. She would have to almost clarify a little bit, because everybody else came after them. Like, they put the canon together for you to read it and create your own denomination. You would have nothing to even compare. So that's, that's kind of important. So I don't know if she wants to maybe clarify a little bit, and I can give her a better answer. But from my understanding and my studies, the Catholics started this. They started this, and they took it more seriously than everybody. People was running around in little tribes saying whatever. They actually got everybody together. They got the best of each city to come and represent their ideology in front of everybody, and we're gonna figure this out and see what's what. And it was so like transparent and in search of the truth that it might be like the Council of 74 will be titled against the Council of 72. You know what I'm saying? Like, they was really, they would look at the work you did at your council and then do their own and kind of peer review it. So I would have to, get more information to really answer her question. You had a double-sided question though. What was the second part of the question, Yarah?
Could I respond to her question before we move forward?
Yeah, go ahead.
She said something about what she say. Interesting. I have always had a different view of Catholicism because of its divergence from the Bible. I kind of tapped on that in my first statement, as Yarah mentioned the first Reformation. That when you talk about its divergence from the Bible, she's talking about I believe she's talking about its divergence from its Jewish origins. She said that, she believed that Catholicism is a false religion. I'm stating the things that I'm saying because I am a reader and a studier and an intellect, and I'm reading this from a historical standpoint. I am not Catholic at all. I don't believe that Catholicism is the pure religion when you're dealing with the things of God. I believe it goes back to its Jewish origins. That's why I myself am Jewish. But nonetheless, I am not one of those Israelites that's going to try to rewrite history or try to manipulate history in any way, shape, or fashion. My job is to go back and study history and record it and talk about it and teach it to my brothers and sisters. And that's the reason why myself, not being a Catholic, I can still agree with the facts that what the brother is saying concerning Christianity. Now, I'm not saying that Catholicism is the superior religion in the world, but when you're talking about Christianity, I would have to say that it just is, because the Ebionites and all of the other branches of Christianity that existed prior to Catholicism, we don't have much evidence of it. We don't even know what the Ebionites is unless we look at the records of people that were recording history of them. We don't have too much of nothing directly from them. We have to get right the Gnostics and agnostics and all of these peoples. We have to get writings, from other people that was recording history. We have the Cathars and all of these different branches of Christianity that was not connected to Catholicism. We have to read other records. It's very little of any of those movements that have survived with us today. So that would be how I would address the statement that the sister made. No, I don't believe that Catholicism is the pure or the true religion. I follow Judaism, so apparently I believe that is the true religion. But again, I have to deal with this on the scholastic level, and on the scholarly level, the brother's telling the truth.
Hell yeah, thank you. Also, what you're saying, another response to that, she said how they went away from the Bible, and I would say it's the exact opposite. The Protestants went away from the Bible. They took 6 books out of the Bible, and I feel like no one really focuses on that. Think if you tried to do that right now. Think if the Pope got up and said, "Hey, I'm taking these 6 books out the Bible, and I'm about to print up some new ones for y'all." It would be a full fallout, and then when you look at the content of the books they took out, you'll start to see why there's the gap kind of got wide. You know what I mean? He cherry picked certain books. You know what I mean? And I think that that's important and really can't be overlooked. That is very important. 900 years later, my bad. I'm about to land my plane. Here we go. 900 years after the canon, a German took 6 books out. Okay, that needs to be talked about. And you also need to look at what was going on in Germany around that time period. You know what I mean? From the 1200s to the 1400s AD. Look at what's going on over there. And then step back and tell me, are you going to stand with Martin Luther? You know what I mean? Ain't nobody praising Lutheranism. I don't see nobody on here praising Lutheranism, but y'all all Protestants. You know what I mean? Somebody got to speak truth to this. So I'm glad she gave that question, because I probably wouldn't have said none of this if she didn't. So thank you for that.
There's another thing that the Protestants did different from Catholicism. The Catholics did a lot of Nordic heathenistic interloping into the spirituality of Protestantism that didn't exist in Catholicism. And it ended up today, a lot of Pentecostal and a lot of Protestant has influenced the Catholic movement, especially here in the United States. But the Protestants did a lot of Nordic interloping, and where they were interloping Nordic paganisms into their translations and into their ideologies concerning the Bible. Say, for instance, like the very word God itself. You know, that traced back to Odin, because they had no understanding, you know, of what Yahweh, Elohim, or the Dios, what the Dios was. You know,
you're saying who did this? You're saying the Catholics or the Protestants?
Bishop Waffles in the 4th century. Bishop Waffles, as a Catholic, was the first person to put the word God into the English language, which was actually Odin himself. Okay. You know, words like hell. You know, hell is a pagan Nordic deity, a goddess of the underworld. You know what I'm saying? The goddess of death. You see, that concept like that didn't exist. Words like spirit was called the Ehrengast in the not the Pentecostal, but the Protestant movement, which represent the souls of the deceased souls of the dead. Where before, you know, spirit was the spirer and the spiratus, you know, which was none other than the air of the wind, and it reflected more of a Jewish ideology. You know, the pagans, how we view Christianity today with a lot of the spooky stuff, that is the stuff that was introduced by the pagans. And you can follow that up. You can follow that up in the English word etymology.
I got you. I missed one important part of what you just said. You said who introduced this? You said it was the Catholics, or it was the Protestants that introduced this?
Well, the Catholics started it with Bishop Waffles when he interloped the Golden. Right?
Do you know the time period? You know the time period for that?
The 4th century.
So
it was when Augustine had converted the Anglo-Saxons.
Okay. I was gonna say, I think a lot of that is linguistic. because they were talking to
No,
like Indo-Europeans.
it's very linguistic. But this is what happened when the Protestants began to translate the Bible. When they began to translate the Bible, that's when they interloped. Like a King James version, that's when they interloped a lot of the paganisms into the translation.
Okay, I understand that. I understand that. I mean, that's kind
You
of
know,
it
words
when
like
you.
demon. Like say for instance, the words like demon, the idea that we have of demons and stuff like that. You know, and the mythological ideal of hell. Most of that stuff was added by the Protestants.
I got you. I got you. Yeah. My understanding on that, just in brief, would I think a lot of it was linguistic, and that's kind of when you hear people saying they translated translations. When people get to talking like that,
Yeah,
that's kind of what they're talking about. And then you also have to look at the audience. You're talking to
yeah.
You're talking to Indo-Europeans, and so I think some of those words, some of the
Yeah, that's what
words.
interloping is when you translate in your translation, you make it less Afro-Asiatic and make it more Anglo-Saxon. You know what I'm saying? They're interlope, and the language does that because every language reflects, its culture and the religions and the ideologies and the spirituality of every culture.
No, that's very true. I was going to say, you said something else I thought was powerful, about kind of how the Catholics kind of was getting away from Jews or the Torah or the Jewish scriptures. Um, I would say yes and no. I would almost say they kind of prop up the Jewish scriptures. I mean, they put it in their book. It wasn't just called the Bible. It was called like the two books. You know what I mean? It was almost like a part two to it. I wouldn't. I would say they introduced the Torah to like Plato, Socrates, type reason. That's when you'll start to see just a difference, in like what you would call like the Torah, as far as like dietary, as far as circumcision. It was kind of almost like they was making a Judaism that could fit Rome. Kind of like what Paul was doing. I mean, Jesus came down here telling people to follow Torah. Paul was like, nah, you don't got to get circumcise your heart. He was saying if the meat was given to an idol, it don't matter, it's you still eat it. You know what I mean? He was kind of going against Torah, but I say he did that because of the Roman audience. I mean, he was preaching in Rome. Um,
I
that's
think
just my
pre
speak.
I think pre Constantine Christianity was very much one with Judaism outside of the idea of Jesus Christ. Uh, it was after Catholicism, that I think that it started to somewhat get away, and certainly Protestantism took it very far away from Judaism. It
Yeah,
sealed its fate away from Judaism.
yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I think it's some important parts we need to look at,
It
as
made
well.
Judaism, Protestantism made Judaism totally irrelevant.
Um, I wouldn't go that far. You can't. I
Man,
mean,
anytime that you say stuff like Jesus is spiritual, like that just makes his whole Judaic birth and origin just null and void. Just like I was listening to Jesse Lee Peterson, and somebody was asking him a question about Jesus. And he was asking him, do he believe Jesus was he Jew? He said, no, I believe Jesus is a spirit. You see, that just takes it all away from his Jewish origin.
I get what you're saying. I don't think they mean. I mean, I can't speak for whoever you were speaking with, but usually when a Protestant says that, they're talking about after death.
Yeah, but it still takes it makes Jesus' Jewish origin just irrelevant.
I guess maybe to some it doesn't for me, because he was preaching, he was
Well,
telling people to do what the Torah said.
Certainly from Jesse Lee Peterson, to him, it was irrelevant. And in the conversation, or I might be talking about another show and conflating them, but Jesse Lee Peterson was asked, do he eat pork? And he asked one of the brothers, do he eat pork? And he told him no, it go against, the Levitical laws, and he quoted the scripture, about the Levitical priests and and this, that, and the Bible says you ain't supposed to eat pork. Jesse Lee Peterson says, "Oh man, I don't pay attention to stuff," but he's a preacher.
Yeah, that's the Protestants. That, in a nutshell, is the Protestants. You're right. Even though you shouldn't be right, it shouldn't be that way. You are right, and I have experienced that in my walk. They ain't even. They like, oh, bro, that's Old Testament. That don't count. And I'll be like, what? Like, how do y'all get there? You know what I'm saying? But then they'll break out some scripture. They got this one. They got one where they got. My bad. I'm hearing feedback. All right. Yeah. No, they bring up scripture to stand on though. They'll bring up Jesus saying, don't call anything my Father made unclean. So in their heads, that means all the unclean animals you found in the Old Testament, you can now eat them. They don't care if it chews its own cud. They don't care if it got a split in its hoof. You know what I'm saying? They like, yo, yeah. Jesus said it's clean, so we can eat it. You know what I'm saying? I think they might have ran off with Jesus' words a little different. I mean, I don't know if he meant.
You muted yourself.
Yeah, you muted yourself. But
all right, my bad.
No, it's all good. Go ahead.
What part did I let off? I don't even know where I muted myself. What's the last thing y'all heard? We was talking about dietary. We was talking about how why the Protestants feel the way.
Yeah, we was talking about a part about. So we was dealing with how whether Christianity. We talk about Christianity and like I guess you was contrasting Catholicism with the
Protestants.
The Protestant, and how one or the other takes Jesus' words and run with it like another way with it.
Okay, yeah, that's where I was. Well, I was pretty much bringing up the scriptures they use to make that leap. When Jesus talks about not making things that my Father made, saying they're unclean. That's a bad paraphrase, but hopefully y'all know what scripture I'm talking about. People take that and they just threw everything out the window. So they start eating unclean meat, unclean beasts from the Old Testament. They start eating. But I'm saying that's because the Gentiles, they were talking to people who eat this stuff and been eating this stuff. And like they got this, they have herds of this stuff to eat. So it would like throw off the whole economy if everybody was trying to go kosher. That's my personal belief. It probably can be pushed on a little bit more if we do some research. He said they misinterpreted. Cassandra says they misinterpreted the verses about not calling food unclean. That's exactly what I'm saying. It says that, but I feel like they took that and ran with it, made it like a big reach. And I
think that you've gone into you've quoted a lot of different things, just in the brief part of the conversation. So I don't really just want to get stuck on those things because you have said a lot interesting things. But let's do this, right? So I'm glad to my brother Indigenous Black, I call him the silent scholar. A couple of broadcasts ago here, he brought something to my attention that I was aware of, but I had totally forgotten and really haven't even spoken on it at all. And I'm glad he brought it up because it made me go back and start to revisit this one parcel of history. And that is dealing with the first council, which would be the Jerusalem Council, right?
But does that really count though?
It absolutely counts. If you start, listen, there are many different councils that have been recorded in history. This is one of those councils. So, and the reason why it's important, well, the reason why it's important is because the Catholic faith, right, takes their origin back to the first century, back to this time, back to Yeshua, back to Peter. So they do rely on this first century history, which I say the reason why this is done, it's simple. It's just as simple on acculturation, right? As my sons say, these are cultural appropriators, right? And so what they have done, this is why I talked about pre-Reformation up until the time of Constantine. Constantine doesn't even come into power until 325 CE, right? So a lot of people harp on what Constantine did and what he set in place, and a lot of the ecumenical councils that he called and different things like that. But Constantine doesn't take power until 325 CE. Why is that important? Is because we see at 325 CE there could be no creation of Christianity or an origin at that point. It has to be a movement, and I think Brother Yasha talked about this, that there is a strong Israelite element, right? We know that the origins of Christianity begins in that first century with the movement of a man called Yeshua, Yahushua, Jesus the Christ, whatever wets your palate. It begins with that individual after his martyrdom, right? And that's the term that I use. People say death, burial, and resurrection. I say after his martyrdom, right? Because what we do know is that if we don't understand anything else, he would have been considered a rebel, right? He would have been considered a criminal, right? This is what he was martyred for, right? Let's talk about it in a historical fashion. Let's remove all of the dogma and let's just deal with the historical fashion of it, right? And so what you see is that immediately after his martyrdom, what you find is a scrambling, right? You get glimpses in the New Testament. Peter denies him, they run, they leave. Thomas, or the one that they call Didymus, he runs. He's nowhere to be found, right? Mark, he goes back. He flees back into Alexandria, right? You have a lot of these people who are purported to be followers of him and main connected to Yeshua or Yahushua or Jesus the Christ in that first century. After his martyr, they scatter. And so what you have is that those who remain, right, by the time you get to the story of Acts, which is being recorded, by the way, by Luke, and people often fail to realize that Luke is recording this not as it is happening, but after it has already occurred to a degree, right? So he's writing, he's getting eyewitness accounts of people who were there, people who were around, people that was going on in these particular periods of time. So as he's recording this, and thank you, Silent Scholar, Indigenous Black Man, he talks about the Council of Jerusalem that occurs about 40 AD. Now, this would be about 7 years after the martyrdom of Yeshua or Yahushua or Jesus the Christ, right? And so in this 7-year span, this movement has gone completely underground. This newfound movement, right? It's not yet called Christianity up until about that time, because the Bible says that in the book, I believe in the book of Acts, that it is at that time that in Antioch that they are first called Christian, right?
What they called Galileans and Nazarenes before that?
They were called Galilean, Nazarenes, Nazorians, followers of the way.
Yeah. Hey,
those of the way. Go ahead.
Can I add something to what you were saying?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's like 2 points, maybe 3. But the first one, I feel like it's very unfair to say they scattered. That is super duper unfair. Like, what the proper term or way to say it would be, they were getting persecuted. They just killed their leader, and they started crucifying and killing everybody that had something to do with him. It was a murder show. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree with that as well.
As Israelites, we take that persecution and scattering is all the same.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, scattering has like a cowardly connotation added to it. Like they really wasn't down, so they left. And I'm like, nah.
You did have an element of that, because that's actually addressed in the scripture. You did have an element of those who strayed away, and this is what Paul often was talking about. See, people misunderstand a lot of times when Paul is at this time in 40 AD. He's part of those who are actually prior to 40 AD. Paul is actually one of the ones who's doing the persecuting.
That's okay. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you.
And this is how we know that even during those times, that even by the time we get to that Jerusalem council, and Paul claims to have this enlightenment or this conversion, or he comes into this understanding of the sanctity or the divinity of Yeshua, or the not necessarily so much as the divinity, but Paul begins to talk about there's a conflict when Paul comes and he's addressed. Part of that Jerusalem council is to address the persecution that Paul is a part of, and later on we began to see in the book of Acts that Paul is dealt with very with kid gloves as far as being bought into the fold. And they're saying, listen, we know who this guy Saul is. We don't care what he's calling himself now. We know who Saul is. This Benjamite, this Hebrew, this Israelite, right? And the reason why people often try to make this claim, and I'll let my plan let you guys get in, that Paul was working under Roman tutelage.
Bingo.
To a degree, that's really not the case. Because if you understand how Rome relegated and governed a lot of these vassal states and communities that they control, one of the things that they did not do was take your religion from you. And this is how people remain loyal to the Roman Empire for so long, because they didn't take like other conquering nations. You couldn't practice the Assyrians, the Babylonians. You could not practice your religion. They would set decrees and would have you killed and martyred. This is have you killed and murdered and maimed. This is the reason why Cyrus in the book of Isaiah is called the Messiah, because Cyrus decreed years later after his passing is his decree that is carried out by Darius that allows the Israelites to go back and rebuild in Jerusalem, right? And so this is why the book of Isaiah refers to King Cyrus as a Messiah. because that wasn't a practice of foreign conquering nations to allow you to keep your practicing your religion. You had to follow these other deities and worship. This is why we get the story of the Hebrew boys and thrown in the fiery furnace because the decree was made. You had to bow down and worship the king for a day or a week or a month or a year, different things like that. Stuff like that was already done.
All right.
So,
Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. A couple things. One, the Council of Jerusalem can't be found outside the Bible. All the other councils are well documented. We got an attendance. We can go over the minutes. We got the topics, the bullet points. We got everything they talked about. We got the characters. We know what they did after and before the councils. So I don't really hold on to the one from Acts because it's only in Acts. Two, Paul chased out the original apostles. That has to be looked at. Paul never met Jesus, and he chased out the original apostles. He chased them to Africa.
You don't take the Bible to be the infallible word of God like Protestants do. Then,
but that's a separate conversation. I wouldn't just give a yes or no on that. I would have to go in detail. That's a big question.
Being that it is inspired in some type of holy or inspired or believed in spiritual book. The book wouldn't the Council of Jerusalem be if we was to accept Jesus or the story or in the Bible is real, wouldn't that substantiate it or solidify the Council of Jerusalem as historical?
The reason I'm giving you a little pushback. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying there's no evidence outside of the Bible of it happening, and I'm also questioning the date because Jerusalem is under siege in 40 AD. You know what I'm saying? When Paul writes this stuff in 70 AD, Jerusalem is being eviscerated, but none of this is in his book. Paul is one of the people chasing Christians, and somehow he doesn't bring up the siege of Jerusalem, and he's writing during the year it's happening, and he's even speaking about the people who did it. So I'm saying that that's false. Like the siege of Jerusalem happens in 70 AD. Paul is not living. It happened twice.
But You're talking about when Gaius, I believe that's his name, Gaius comes and he does the desolation of the temple, and he begins to I think he places swine upon the altar, and that causes this sort of uprising that happens during the time when Nero comes to power. Right. And then you have sort of this uprising, and then it is Titus in 70 AD who comes in and sort of quashes this thing. So you're talking about two different instances. But the Catholic that's what I said. It happened twice. Yeah, but the Catholic Church does recognize the Council of Jerusalem. So I don't understand how you're advocating for all the other councils. All the other councils of the Catholic Church, but you have this non belief of the first Jewish council, the Council of Jerusalem, which happens between between 40 and 50 AD, and is at that time this is where we get most of Paul's letters. This is where we get most of Paul is writing as a convert at this time to this newfound Christian faith that he once persecuted. Now you say some things that I often hear people say is to try to discredit Paul, right? They say, well, Paul never met Yeshua, Yahushua, Jesus the Christ. Maybe not physically, he did not meet him. But why? I always ask this question. Why was Paul persecuting Israelites?
Say it again. Was Paul persecuting?
Why was Paul persecuting Israelites. I don't think anyone argues against that.
Hey,
Why was Paul? Yeah, why was Paul persecuting Israelites?
Because he was tied to the Herodian family. He was tied to the Herodians, King Herod, and he had marching orders, and he followed those orders.
Why was he persecuting Israelites?
Because they was rocking with Jesus.
Because they were rocking with Jesus. Now, if you make the statement, Paul never met Jesus, what consequences is that so much to the argument if we know that the reason why Paul was persecuting Christians is because of this man called Jesus? So that still makes Paul, hold on, that still makes Paul a contemporary. Do you understand? That still makes him a contemporary. So you can't use the argument. It has no relevance at all. Because there are many people. I don't understand. Hold on. There are many people who never met Yeshua that we know converted to the faith.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant to our conversation. Let's right now.
It's not. It's very important to the conversation. The reason why it's important to the conversation because hold on 1 second. The reason why it's important to the conversation is because now you have to authenticate the fact that Paul was speaking about a real historical person. No historian today argued Paul was not a historical person. So Paul also, so if Paul is living at the same time, hold on, if Paul is living at the same time as Yeshua, it doesn't matter if he never met him, because Paul in his letters now attests to the teachings and and the eyewitness accounts of those who were actually next to him. Paul even deals with Peter, who we know the Catholic Church, as you say, if we believe what they're saying, right? That the Catholic Church stood right next to Yeshua, laid his head in his bosom. So when people often try to argue against the historicity of Christ, it's kind of a really foolish argument from what any scholar can really put a feather in their hat on. Now we're not getting away from.
We're not making that argument, though. We're not making that argument.
I think he's relating that to the historicity of the Council of Jerusalem.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
Okay, well, hear me out. Well, hear me out. I'm not saying it didn't happen. Like that's. Let's put that on the record. So to go at the historicity of it, I don't understand the angle because Andrew, the student, is not saying it didn't happen. I was talking about the actual time, the time. You know what I mean? The time period.
Yeah,
that's what I was talking about.
If you were to say that it didn't happen, that would be like the argumentum ad ignorantium logical fallacy. You know, to say that because we don't have evidence of it, it's not so.
Yeah, but that's I mean, I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm hoping my microphone. I'm hoping my microphone's working because I literally just said I am not saying it did not happen. So I'm not arguing saying it wasn't historic. My thing was I was bringing up like the difference between Galatians and Acts and how it seems to be a different time period. And I was also talking about some things that was happening on the ground in the 40 ADs that really wasn't spoken about in Acts or Galatians. That's what I was saying. I'm not saying it didn't happen at all. And the reason I said I don't really count it is because we don't have like the one that was right after it. We have a full attendance. We got the bullet points. We got the topics. We got the minutes. We got people getting poisoned right after it because they lost. We know so much about it.
You're saying all that to say what though? If you're not saying that to discredit the validity of the Council of Jerusalem, if that's right, what you're telling all of us this to say what?
To put the facts on the table. Like our whole goal is to stand on facts. I'm not going to omit that. But let me hold on. Do we need to? If we need to put like a quick time thing up, I can go like real quick. If you give me like 1 minute.
No, go ahead, Andrew. He gonna let you rock. Andrew. Go ahead.
What are you telling us this for? That's all I want. if it's not to invalidate the Council of Jerusalem, what is the purpose of telling us that?
I was telling us that because of the date. I'm saying I'm not concrete with the date because
Gotcha,
all the
gotcha.
other ones.
Okay, well, let's get concrete with the date.
Okay, and the reason I said we can't get concrete with the date is because it's not outside of the Bible, and also it's spoken about lightly in Galatians, heavily in Acts, and those are two different writers, and they're speaking about two different times and talking about two different things. So that's why I said the time period, and it couldn't have been too far off because it gets destroyed 30 years later, like completely. You know what I'm saying? So I was just saying, well, I don't really count that one. That's all I was saying. I don't think we should really stick on that.
Well, I don't know how. Yeah, but no, but see, that is the linchpin. You don't want us to stick there because that's the linchpin to kind of what you've been saying for the past 30 minutes or so. So if you say you don't count that one, the Catholic Church doesn't look. They probably can't look at it as an ecumenical council, right? Because it's not Catholicism. It's not Catholic. But if they count it as a point of origin, then they have to include it. You said it's not. It doesn't. Nothing written about it exists outside of the biblical narrative. That is not true. The Catholic Church acknowledges it that occurred. Now, if you're saying because we don't have they weren't taking minutes. They didn't have someone scribing the actual word for word exchange. Then you have to dismiss it. It's not true. That's a very poor argument to make because that's a very poor argument to make because if that's the criteria that we hold, then we have to dismiss about 80% of history that we know of.
No, I can let's speak on it because I'm glad y'all making me talk about it. That I promise that wasn't my focal point, but I'm equipped for this conversation. So let's talk about the differences between it and all the others. All the others, a mass invitation was sent out around the land to Asia Minor, to Africa, to Rome, Italy. They sent a mass invitation. It was everybody coming together for an actual purpose. Not only was it an invitation, but the invitations came with purpose. So you knew what we was going to talk about. Like, yo, this is what we're going over. I need you to get skilled, get your scribes together and pull up July 2nd. You know what I'm saying? It was very formal. So that's why the one that we're talking about, if I'm right, the one we're talking about in Acts, I think we're talking about like when Peter gave the speech. We're talking about when Peter got up and like gave the speech and thousands came, and you know what I'm saying? If we're talking about that,
no, we're not talking about that. No, that's not the Council of Jerusalem.
You talking about the one with James the Just being the leader? James
yes.
One, like, okay, like if we look at that, that is not an invitation. You know what I mean? This is just things that actually happened when these brothers came to town, and it's recorded by Luke. So I'm saying,
why did they come to town?
He was traveling all over. We have to get in Acts.
So why did they come to town? But why did they come to town?
Because they was on missionaries. They were out spitting. They was out letting everybody know.
Because they were invited to Jerusalem. They were invited to Jerusalem. Yes.
I would like you to
first of all, I'm gonna show you. So then I'm gonna go into the scripture. I'm gonna show it for you. Yeah, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you this real quick, and then I'm gonna show you. Let me know if y'all can see my screen really quickly. And I won't prolong the time. But you guys should be able to see it. And this is from the Encyclopedia Britannica, right? A lot of people talk about this is tutelary and secondary information, but it's peer reviewed. So let me read this. And this is the Council of Jerusalem. Right? Let me make sure I get that right. And it talks about the Council of Jerusalem, a conference, right, of the Christian apostles in Jerusalem. Now, mind you, they say Christian apostles here, but these were Israelites, right? In Jerusalem, about 50 CE.
It says
Go ahead.
apostles.
What you gonna
The
say?
apostles. The apostles are the apostles.
Well, they weren't called. Well, they weren't really called, really, referred to in that manner at the time. But let's talk about it. A conference of the Christian apostles in Jerusalem about 50 CE that decreed that Gentile Christians did not have to observe the Mosaic law of the Jews. Now, believe it or not, you actually mentioned this. You actually touched on this a little bit, and I don't think you realized that a little bit when you talked about how Paul was saying you didn't have to be circumcised. Paul really never made that statement or that claim as you're stating, and I hear people do this all the time. Paul says that Gentile Christians did not have to observe the Mosaic law as far as circumcision was concerned, because the circumcision was a sign given unto Israelites only as a sign for a covenant to the Most High. Paul's argument was if these people are not Israelites, then they weren't given the covenant of receiving the sign of circumcision. That's what Paul taught against, because if you go into the book of Titus, if you the book of Timothy, and then with the book of Titus, Paul actually performs circumcision himself. He actually performs a circumcision, but he doesn't do it with Titus. Why? Because it is my understanding that Titus was of Greek ancestry and had a Hebrew or Israelite mother, but he had a Greek father. And so this is Paul's argument as to why Titus did not have to be, in his understanding, according to the law, circumcised. But he did circumcise, I believe, Timothy. And I might be saying that in reverse. I have to double check that. But it had to do with Timothy and Titus. He circumcised one, then circumcised the other, because one had a Greek father and the other one was Israelite. So he did circumcise one. Paul actually performed circumcision. So when people make that argument, it's just not lack from understanding from reading the scripture, right? And so when Paul talked about, as Sister Cassandra said in the chat earlier, people often misinterpret the understanding about clean meats. Paul wasn't saying that you can go and eat all kind of manner of food and different things that went against the dietary laws of the Mosaic law. That's not what Paul was saying. Paul was saying that my gospel is to the Gentiles. The Gentiles have always been raising swine, eating of certain meats and different things of that nature. He's saying that's your custom. Continue to eat that. You eat that as a Gentile. Now, as an Israelite, you're bound to that. You're bound to that. So when we see these different things, people say, well, eating that. And then he has another argument, I believe, in the book of Corinthians, where he's talking about eating meats out of the markets. The issue was eating the meats out of the markets weren't because those meats were being actually unclean. Those meats were meats that were being offered to other gods. Right? These meats were being offered to other gods. And then what these pagan priests would do is they would take these meats and then they would sell them in the marketplace for money. And then it was an argument as to whether or not could actually buy those meats to eat them. Paul was saying there's nothing wrong if you're going to buy that meat to put on your dinner table. You're not worshiping it to Aphrodite. You're not worshiping Zeus with that meat. You're not sacrificing it. So he said, yeah, go to the market and buy it and eat. That's what Paul's argument was. And oftentimes people they misinterpret the scripture as if Paul is saying, just eat whatever you want. It don't matter if you're eating a meat that's sacrificed, if you've eaten the meat that's sacrificed to the gods, as if you're praying or thanking that God for the meat that you bought from that market. That's not what Paul was saying. He said if it's some lamb chops hanging up there that they put in the market, you ain't got to go investigate where them lamb chops came from. If they smell good and they good to eat, go on eat. Feed your face, feed your family. Would you rather sit there and starve if there's nothing else to buy, if that's what's being sold, if that's the choice part of the meats, because that's what these priests would be doing. They would get the choice parts of the meat and they would sell it into the markets after they have sacrificed it. We know that it's a fact, right?
No, I got you.
But this is what Paul's understanding. So people misinterpret they misinterpret Paul so horribly. I do agree.
So who was sacrificing these meats? Were these Jewish priests sacrificing these meats unto idols?
No, okay, these weren't Jewish. A lot of these weren't Jewish priests.
Okay, so if these were pagans, what separated us from them was the kosher process in the eatings of the meat, that we drained the meat of all the blood, right? So I'm saying, wouldn't Paul be circumventing the law by having them eating meats? Because there's no real evidence that people outside of Israel were koshering their meats from the blood.
No, and I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. But I think context. No, I don't disagree with that. The context is that I think everybody doesn't understand what Paul is saying. Paul is not talking to Israelites when he makes this statement. He's talking about Gentile converts. He's talking about Gentile converts, and often he's saying these things, as we see here in this Council of Jerusalem. It decreed that the Gentile Christians did not have to observe the Mosaic law of the Jews. That's the argument that the Jerusalem Council made. That was the argument that James, the brother of Jesus, had come to an agreement with, that Peter came to an agreement with. So when Peter actually has this vision of the Most High showing him, saying, "Don't call clean what I have made clean, and don't call what I have made clean, don't you call unclean," and he showed him a sheet of all these different animals and different things like that. It was not to circumvent the dietary laws presented by Moses in the Mosaic law to the Jews, but it's a revelation of Gentiles being converted in that new movement of the way, that movement of the Nazorians, of the Nazarenes, that way, the followers of the way. It is them saying, "Listen, Paul, if you're teaching that Yeshua Yahushua was martyred, and we're following this, then he said, okay, take that to the Gentiles." And so that's the argument that's being made. So at the Council of Jerusalem, James the Just he was there. He had to agree with Paul and say simply this, right? Which is, we know what the decree was, that the Gentile Christians did not have to observe the Mosaic law of Jews. Now let me continue to read this real quick.
Can I just jump in real quick?
Go ahead, real quick.
Okay, real quick. Yeah, about the circumcision part, it's a couple parts where Paul speaks on that, and I think that's why you say they're taking him out of context or butchering what he said. Sometimes he said it more clear than others. Sometimes he had a sarcasm, like they can castrate themselves. Like he was saying some wild things. So that's why it may seem like they're taking him out of context. The second thing, go ahead. The second thing with the council, the reason I'm not really calling it a council is because like nobody was really there. It was like 3 out of the 12 apostles. These niggas are still alive, but none of them was there. Like it was no invitation. He pulled up and saw Peter, James. Who was the other person he saw? Peter, James, and somebody else was there. Was it John? Peter, James, and John. It was like 3 people there that he was talking to, and he pulled up like I think to drop off his money. So it wasn't even like that's why and the council that came after that, the council you're describing is in 40 AD. Everything is destroyed 30 years later, and the next council happens 230 years later. That's why I'm saying that first.
Why? And I'm glad you put that out though. No, you can't. That's what I'm saying. Your argument is so horribly bad, bro. And this is why I'm saying that. Like, this is what I'm telling you, because the reason why you see this all the time, bro. This is why you see a large gap, right, before you see these next few councils, beginning with the Council of Jerusalem, and by the time you get to almost to the late first century, early second century, hundreds of years later, then you see these other councils ecumenical councils began to happen. Why? Because they have gone underground. They have gone underground. That's why you don't see this. And I keep telling people, like, you can't just argue with the bias against the linear history that's occurring. It's not chopped up. It's not pieced together. There's a continuity in the history. And so even when we read, it says it was occasioned by the instances of certain Judaic Christians from Jerusalem that Gentile Christians from Antioch in Syria obeyed the Mosaic custom of circumcision. That was the big argument. And we see Paul dealing with this very thing during this time. And we read about the Jerusalem Council in the book of Acts. So we know Paul was there. Hold on, let me read this right quick. Now watch this. It says a delegation. A delegation. So it wasn't just those 1, 2, 3 buddies on the celery log. It was a delegation led by the Apostle Paul and his companion Barnabas, was appointed to confer with the elders of the church in Jerusalem. So there was an nation. It says the ensuing apostolic conference noted in Acts chapter 15, verses 2-35, and we're going to read some of them. Led by Peter and led by James, the Lord's brother, decided the issue in favor of Paul and the Gentile Christians. From this time and onward, Gentile Christians were not bound by the Levitical ceremony regulations of Jews, except for the provisions of the so-called apostolic decree of abstination from that has been sacrificed, from what's been sacrificed to idols, and from blood, and from what is strangled, and from fornication. Acts 15:29. Excuse me. And the Council of Jerusalem thus demonstrated the willingness of apostolic leaders to make compromises to certain secondary issues in order to maintain peace and unity in the church at that particular time. Now they're calling it the church. We could say church. I could take you back, whether you want to say ecclesia. I could show you ecclesia or congregation is the same connotation way back in the book of Deuteronomy. So I don't argue the use of church and ecclesia and congregation is the same. These are the same thing. So that was the actual understanding. So we see that even in this first council, Paul still had,
I don't know what happened.
was still dealing with Gentile issue.
I can still hear you. He said he think he fell off.
Okay.
I told him I can still hear him.
Oh, okay. But I think I can still hear him. But you clearly see this is just like any other burgeoning movement, right? There's these ebbs and flows. They're still figuring this thing out, and there's no one set of rules. This is just you see these councils going back and forth. So go ahead, brother, because I'm gonna read Acts 15 just a little bit to give it some background.
He thought he fell off. I was referring to him, but just real quick on everything you're saying. I am not saying it didn't happen. I am not saying Paul wasn't there. I was questioning just the date, and that's it. Also, I was questioning if we can really call it a council because only 3 of the 12 apostles was there. I feel like that's important, that they were still alive and out preaching. So it wasn't like a mass invite. It wasn't formal like all the other ones. I was also showing the length of time in between in the first and the second, and also showing that like the people from the first, none of them were alive. Like they were like a century removed when the second one happens. So that's why we even talking about this in the first place, is because I decided to highlight the differences between the one in Acts and then the one done 200 some years later. We were just highlighting the differences. I wasn't saying that it didn't happen.
Well, yeah, there's definitely a big difference though.
But so
yeah, I got you. But there's definitely a big difference in the. And well, the big difference is that first church is still following Judaic practices. You don't see that in Catholicism.
I mean, we can get into that too. We can get into that too. But and then the second part, I just lost it. It was a response to something else you said. My bad. Oh yeah. Here we go. You said that it went underground. That is another unfair thing that you're saying, because I feel like it can sway the crowd to make them think that like nothing was being formalized. All of the apostolic fathers and all of the apostles went to different places and started churches, started consecrating bishops, and started pushing ideologies. They were not underground. They were getting persecuted and chased around, but they were.
See, here you go.
Huh? I was.
Can you tell me which one? Can you tell me which one of these church fathers? So you can't get to. Here's the problem. You can't get to.
I'm prepared.
You can't get to the advent or the invent of Catholicism. You can't get to the. No, you can't. You can't get to the invent or the advent of Catholicism, right? By dissing the first church. I'm not Jerusalem Council, and you can't do it. And you can't. Oh, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, you can't. What you're trying to do is, you're trying to say, and correct me if I'm wrong. What you're trying to say is that there's no bridge between the two.
Your phone went out right when you said it. Say it again.
Right, but there's no bridge between the two.
No, okay. I'm not saying there's not a bridge between the two. I was just discussing how long that bridge is when we talk about time and mass invite and having like a real protocol on why we're meeting. You know what I'm saying? That's all I was saying. And it's not. I feel like that's not that important. I didn't want us to get stuck on that. I wanted to go into how you said they went underground, and I was like, nah, we got like the fathers. They doing their thing.
Yeah.
Like from Clemente, Ignatius, Polycarp, Marcion.
Yeah, but very few of those. Here's what I'm saying. But very few of those early church fathers, number one, are actually Israelites or consider themselves to be Jews. They're not many. When we start talking about church fathers, right?
No, I think they were. I mean,
no,
that's how
absolutely not.
Converts. They were converts. What do you think they were converting from?
Right?
Oh, somebody's phone breaking up. Go ahead. If somebody talking.
No, I was asking, you talk about after 3rd century, right?
Say it again, Yasha.
I was asking.
Yeah, he has to be.
No,
okay,
no. Well,
after 3rd century. After 3rd century, yes.
I'm saying like you got Clement, you got Augustus. These people is like 2nd century and 1st century. Like Marcion is 1st century. Like his dad was like baptized by Philip, one of the apostles. This is I'm continuing the succession from Jesus. So it's not underground.
But Marcion is not a succession, and that's the problem. Like
I didn't say he was a succession.
That's what I'm saying. No, like this is what I'm saying. We're talking about when we're talking about first. Listen, when we're talking about the first century. I'm telling you, brother, when we're talking about the 1st century movement that started with Yeshua, that we see still being had in the Jerusalem Council, by the time you start getting to people like Marcion's faith is not in Yeshua. Marcion's faith is in Paul, because Marcion doesn't even teach what Yeshua teaches. Marcion doesn't even attest to the God of the Hebrew Bible.
I know he go against it.
Marcion pretty much says that they God. Yeah, so you can't make. So therefore, that connection is over with. Now you're dealing with Gnosticism, Stoicism, Epicureans. You're dealing with all type of philosophies and Greek philosophies. Platoism from 4 BCE is now into play. It is now having a greater influence on the Catholic Church. not those early first century Israelites. It's like I said, it's a very that whole span of time that you see. The reason and one of the biggest reasons why you don't see you see a big gap, and when I say they went underground, is because they were still being persecuted.
Yeah.
The decree, I believe the decree to no longer persecute Christians didn't come out until Constantine after 325 CE, I believe. You don't even see that. You don't even see that. So for a span of almost 200 plus years, since the time of Yeshua, Christians are still being persecuted. They're still being thrown to the lions. We have attestations of them in the Olympic Games. They're still being thrown into the arena and being fed to the lions. 2nd century, 3rd century. We see that. You don't really see an end to that until Constantine after 325 CE. So when I say they're underground, you didn't have all of those of the Christian faith of the Christian movement, that early first century Christian movement were standing up to be martyred. You had a lot of them that were. We have attestations of that, but a lot. Where did they go, brother? They went underground. They didn't stop the movement. The movement just went into hiding. They went into houses, and you see this with Paul. This is why Paul was going into these various cities. When he go into these various cities where he was writing those letters to Ephesus and to Corinth and to Galatia, these people were having these meetings in their households because they had no synagogue, no temples to go to. So it very much was an underground guerrilla-like movement that was occurring with this early Israelite take on now being Yeshua and the followers of the way. Like you see, it's clearly like it's two different things going on here. Floor is yours, brother.
All right, right on. You said a lot of things there. So I'm gonna try to follow you. First, I guess let's talk about the apostles and the people that they consecrated as bishops that end up becoming the apostolic fathers. Their stories are them going places and setting up shop. And when I say set up shop, I don't mean like in somebody's crib. They breaking out the masonry. They got people building temples and churches, and some of them are still standing there to this day. If you look in Antioch, if you look in Alexandria, if you look in the early ones in Rome, the ones in Rome is rubble, but they built over them again after Rome was sieged. Rome has been sieged quite a few times as well. So I guess I was just trying to show that it was almost like that 200 years they're calling underground. They were preaching and they all were getting murdered. Like I had just some slight notes of who they were, the ways they died and stuff. St. Andrew died in Greece. He started his church there, became a bishop. They crucified him on a cross that was shaped like an X. You know what I'm saying? Because he didn't want to go out like Jesus. He felt like he, didn't deserve that because he was less than Jesus. You got who else we got? You got Mark in Egypt. He goes down there. He consecrates a few bishops. Those bishops, it starts a line of bishops, of real live people that end up going to these councils. The same thing with St. John. They tried to boil him. He went to India and was preaching. They boiled him, and he was so full of the Holy Spirit, whatever. This is tradition, but the boiling water didn't hurt his skin, so they exiled him to like an island. He ended up writing Revelations. You can follow his story. The same thing. Let's see. We can go to the people that they actually consecrated, like Clement or Ignatius or Polycarp. I brought up Marcion because he is not in direct succession. His direct succession comes from like his father. His father was in this early movement that you would call underground. He was actually baptized by Philip, one of the apostles, and Marcion went on to preach. Marcion's Gnostic. It's really not Gnostic. People that are like unlearned, haven't really did a lot of studying, will throw him in with the Gnostics, but his was called Dotism. Hopefully I'm not butchering that word, but his was Dochism. He went a little past the Gnostics. He believed in gnosis, yes, but he went a little past the Gnostics. He was, and he had something to stand on. I feel like you're miscarriaging or whatever that word is. You're adding stuff to him that shouldn't be there. The reason he looked at the Hebrew God as a different God of Jesus is because of the books that we find in the Apocrypha, or the books that we find in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Those books that were not canonized. The Catholics made it so he's a heretic because they took the books that he was standing on out of the original canon. This is way before Martin Luther. I don't want nobody to get confused. I'm talking about the original joints. There was a lot of stories like the wisdom of the Egyptians, the book of Mary, the book of Thomas. I think Clement even had one. And you know, I mean, he was with Mark. So like, you know, and his is one of the earliest ones. It was like earlier than Matthew, but they still took it out. So the reason Marcion had those type of thoughts was because of those books. And when I say this, I'm speaking in facts. We have a full list of the Marcion books, the books that he had well before the council put their canon together. Marcion already had a list of books, which included the Hebrew and these extra books that I'm talking about. So with that being said, put some respect on Marcion's name. Two, we can call it underground. We don't have to fight on that hill, but I was just saying they set up shop and started building temples. You know what I'm saying? And got killed for it, and was naming new bishops to follow them. So that's not truly underground. And they got so big that when Constantine come 200 years later, he asked them all to come. He's like, yo, the people of Antioch, the people of Alexandria, the people of Rome, the people of Asia Minor. He was bringing everybody together to talk about these things. That's why I like their council, because it was so transparent. I started this with transparency and attendance and bullet points. That's the only reason we was highlighting that. A lot of the arguments that you made, I feel like they were accurate, but they weren't really concerning what we were saying. I wasn't trying to take Paul out of his word. I was just showing the type of things they were talking about in Acts during that council. That's what we were talking about. But you kind of doubled down on that and said what I said.
But in Acts, I think, like I said, I think you like I said, like a lot of people do, they just misconstrue Paul because they don't really study it. But again, like when you say these people didn't go underground, that's not you know that I mean okay, if you I'm not gonna be semantical about it.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, another thing. I'm not misquoting Paul. Like I got early fathers saying that about Paul. I got anti-Paul early fathers that was saying he's only saying this to the Gentiles because it would change their whole lifestyle. Rome was against the Jews for this very reason. Like in Rome, you got to pray to the emperor, bruh. He's God on earth. Outside of your church, you can do whatever you want to do in your little mosque or your synagogue, but when you come outside, nigga, you gotta bow to Caesar, bruh. You gotta bow to Nero, bro. What is you doing? So they already didn't like the Jews because of that. So they're saying Paul kind of lifting some of the restrictions, you know what I'm saying, made it easier for Rome and the Greeks and everybody else to actually, you know, do these things where they can still be down without actually going full Jew. You know what I'm saying? So this is the early father saying that. So that's not Andrew the student misrepresenting him. I can break out, like I said.
Well, I don't know where early. I don't know where you have to show me, because I don't know where early. Well, see. At least
I'm not saying earlier.
See, again,
earlier than Paul.
And seriously, there was a big. Here's the. Well, I'm just saying, like in regards to Rome, the reason why Constantine saw it as a political advantage to declare that this movement was no longer to be outlawed or to be persecuted was simply because they held so true to their faith that they did not observe a lot of the pagan holidays.
That's facts.
Not necessarily anything to do with them worshiping the emperor. It had to do with the pagan holidays. And because at these pagan temples, you had to bring vexuals of gold. Like it even talks about Paul even talks about in some of his letters that during these times that there was a silversmith or a blacksmith, and he was making these little figurines of, I believe, of Aphrodite or some other pagan deity. And these pagan deities were being sold because you had to go, and that money would be taken back to the coffers of these pagan temples, and then they would pay that money up to the emperor at these pagan temples, these Roman and Greek, these Greco-Roman temples. Well, Paul, with his teaching among the Gentiles, they stopped buying these idols. And so these blacksmiths got together, and this is in the scripture. They got together, these craftsmen, they say, look, he's preaching this, he's teaching this newfound religion, and it's taken away. I believe the gentleman's name was Demetrius, and he's taken away from our livelihood, so we can't pay up. When they came to collect, they said we can't pay up. We can't sell the idols, these idols of Aphrodite. We can't do this. We can't do this. And so when that happens, now this thing becomes widespread. This thing becomes widespread because why? Because now Paul is he's now going into Asia Minor. He's now going over to all of the Roman provinces teaching this. And so you have this same thing occurring. So now people are not paying up. So it's advantageous for Constantine, some 100 years later now, to say, hey, look, we have to do something about this because now this thing can spread like wildfire, right? We can't fund our armies because they're not paying to the pagan temples anymore. They're not buying these things. And so what he does is he says, look, how can we figure this out? So what he does, Constantine, what he does is he says, okay, I'm going to take on this new Christian movement. I'm going to take on this Christianity. And instead of you priests, you pagan priests tearing down the statues to the gods of Zeus and Mars and Artemis and Aphrodite, we're just going to rename them after the apostles. And so we have attestations in historical writings that tells us that this is what they did. And so because of it, these people now become not necessarily more so no more pagan worship, pagan temple worshipers and priestesses, but now they become bishops and cardinals of the church, of the Holy See. This is how these things come about, right? And so it's an cultural appropriation and an infusion of the two, so the Roman Empire can keep from collapsing, because people were no longer buying these. They was built on pagan rituals and worship, and people buying this. Brother, Indigenous Black man, shout out to you, man. He's talking about read Galatians chapter 2, verses 6 through 10. I'm about to put this down. Andrew the student, I think you're about to. I got you, brother. Trying to add you. If I cannot add you. Hold on.
I want to ask something while you on pause.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
I don't know what happened either. I'm
remove him off this.
Am I still in?
Oh, there he is. Yeah, I hear you, brother.
Oh, okay. I want to say something that as I understand, this is a very Christian argument, and this is that's because we're digging through Christian documents and Christian history. But I want to add an element to history that and you may be already aware of this. Mm-hmm. I don't know whether the other brother is aware of it or not, but this was not something that was just happening to the followers of Jesus Christ. This was something that was happening to the persecutions and right. And all of that was happening to the house of Israel abroad. And evidence of that is the starting with the Roman Jewish wars. Okay, while Jesus and Paul and all of
Correct.
them were being persecuted, that the Roman Jewish war was being waged underway. And we go all the way as deep as the Bar Kokhba revolts, which is first century, wars. All of this stuff was taking place amongst Israel abroad. The Christians just happened to be at the early like I was saying, they happened to be persecuted as a part of being a part of the Israelites as a period. We just harping on this because this is the Israelite. I mean, we digging through Christian histories and Christian documents and stories and stuff like that. But this was something that was Rome was persecuting, taxing, doing all kinds of stuff to the children of Israel.
Hey, that's big facts. I'm glad you brought that up because I thought I predicted, but I was wrong. I thought Yarah was gonna come at me with like Catholic being like the Roman Catholic. So I was prepared to defend that by showing Rome's persecution, you know what I'm saying, for hundreds of years. And we have their writings, you know what I'm saying? But he didn't go there. So
yeah, I only threw that out there to put the nail in the coffin.
No, that's
early Jewish origins. You know what I'm saying? Because the whole persecution was a Jewish. We go back to Flavius Josephus way before Christ. He talked about the Roman Jewish wars.
Yeah, he wasn't before Christ though. He was damn near a contemporary.
Right.
Yeah, contemporary, pretty much so. Yeah, pretty much so. And I say before Christ, before the real Christian movement really got underway. You know what I'm saying? As far as the depths, as we talk about first, second, third century, we talking about the very, very origins, if not contemporary, of the very first elements of the Christian movement. He recorded it. A Jew. He recorded it as the Roman Jewish war. So
yeah, because they were Jews
were being persecuted as a part of what Rome was doing to Israel altogether.
That was one of my questions. I have two questions. Yarah, so you don't look at the apostles as Israelites? You would distinguish them amongst each other?
Oh, absolutely. They were Israelites.
Okay, so they were Israelites. Okay, I thought you were saying they weren't. And this second question is really off topic a little bit.
Yeah.
They absolutely.
They absolutely were.
Let me say this while we right there. I kind of, this is my conjecture. As a study of history, I believe that the Africans that were studying Christianity, from all of those African Sanaas all the way on down to Ethiopia, even Sudan and all of that stuff, Aksum, it is my belief, and it's really a fact, really, because if you could study through the Ethiopian Christianity, these people started out as Jews, and this is the reason why they had access to the books.
No doubt.
And these were the ones that were having the very strong Jewish elements. Now, the ones that were from Turkey and Antioch and all of those Greco nations and ones that were being influenced by Paul and Marcion, those were the ones that you would see that they were, if you were studying the real history, you would see that Augustine them didn't see eye to eye with those guys.
Very true. Very true. Can y'all hear me now? He said it cut off.
Yeah, no doubt. And who said it cut off?
Oh, I thought he couldn't hear me. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to ask a question. It's kind of off topic.
Okay.
So my bad, brothers, if it's too off topic. But I wanted to ask Yarah. We do have like Josephus in like the time of Paul and Jesus. What ethnic group would you put Josephus in?
What ethnic group? I would put him among the Jews.
Yeah, he's a Jew for certain. In his book, he told you what tribe and everything, but I can't remember.
That's his religion. I guess I'm asking.
I'm glad you asked that question because I'll be prepared for the next time somebody asks that.
Yeah, well, the reason I'm asking that because would you see him as white, like what, like look like the other Romans that he worked for?
Straight Afro-Asiatic Israelite.
Have you seen like
there's no such. Yeah, there's no such. Listen, during that time, man, when people talk about whether he was a white guy or those drawings are medieval drawings, man, that you see. None of those drawings are drawings of those people of those times.
Can I use the words of the Israelites themselves? If you go to the Songs of Solomon, if you was to read it in its Hebrew text, it reads Shakura ani Wanawa Benut Yisraelim. That says that I am a black and beautiful daughter of the Israelites.
I got you.
No doubt.
The reason I'm asking this is because
that's them telling you who they are in all of that. Oh ye, I'm black but comely. Oh ye daughters of Jerusalem. That is a complete mistranslation.
I got you.
If you learn real Hebrew, that text read, "I am a black and beautiful daughter of the Israelites." She is telling you that she is a Shulamite from the Shulamite city in Jerusalem. She's telling you she is a black and beautiful daughter. She's telling you exactly who she is, what she looked like, and her bloodline.
Okay, well let me continue with this line of questioning.
No doubt.
You jump back to Solomon. That's hundreds of years. That's centuries before the people we're talking about. I guess my question is, when was the switch? Because I do look at Josephus and Paul as like, Roman almost. Paul has like a Roman mother, like Jesus. When did it switch from what we would call African to what these new people look like? That's my question.
Yeah, can y'all hear me? I think I lost. I'm losing audio.
You can't hear me?
Okay. I can hear you, but it's very faint. I don't know why that is, but anyway. But I wanted to do this. Yeah, I wanted to go this before I get to your question. I wanted to read this from Indigenous Black Man. Just to get to the point. This is Galatians chapter 2. And it says, then 14 years after I went up to Jerusalem with Barnabas and took Titus with me also. Right? Remember I was saying about Paul doing circumcision himself, and this argument is going on. He's talking right now about the Jerusalem Council, right? He's talking about the Jerusalem Council. He's saying 14 years after I went up to Jerusalem with Barnabas and took Titus with me on. He says, and I went up by revelation and communicated unto them that gospel which I preach among the Gentiles, but privately to them which were of reputation, lest by any means I should run or had run in vain. Verse 3, he says, but neither Titus, who was with me, being a Greek, was compelled to be circumcised. And see, this is what I'm saying about when people talk about Paul didn't perform circumcision. He never taught against circumcision. He taught against circumcising Gentiles, those who were not Israelites, but had been converted to the faith. And because of it, his argument was that the promise of the sign of circumcision for the bounding of the covenant with the Most High Yah was only unto Israelites, not unto Gentiles. So then why would it be of an effect for them to get circumcised if the promise of the covenant was never made with the Gentiles, but only the Israelites? That was Paul's argument.
That blows a hole in the ISUPK that the Gentiles of the New Testament were Israelites. Because
thank you, brother.
You tell the Israelites that they can walk around uncircumcised?
Yes. See?
You see what I'm saying? If you're saying that the Gentiles in the New Testament, the Grecians and all of them were regionally displaced Israelites, You're saying that Paul is telling the displaced Israelites that it's okay for them to continue walking around uncircumcised. That's so crazy. That blows a hole in their whole argument right there.
Right. Yeah, it does. And let me, because it's interesting. And Andrew, we're gonna get to your, because I think that's a very good segment we can get into. And I'm gonna show y'all something funny about this Catholicism. It says, and that because of false brethren. Watch this. He says, but neither Titus, who was with me, being a Greek, was compelled to be circumcised. And that because of false brethren, unawares, bought in, right, who came in privilege our liberty, which we have in Yahweh or Jesus the Christ or Yeshua, right, that they might bring us into bondage. In other words, he said, listen, we only here because y'all sent some Jews, some brethren, down among us while I was teaching and preaching to the Gentiles to hear what we were talking about on this topic, only so that you can bring us back what? Unto the bondage of the law of Moses. That's what he was saying. And when he's saying the bondage of the law of Moses, he said, look, we're bound to this as Israelites. He says, Paul says, I'm a Hebrew, an Israelite, and a Pharisee. I'm bound to that. That's my belief. I'm bound to that. He said, but these Gentiles are not Israelites. They're not bound because the promise wasn't given to them in that way for them to have circumcision as a sign of the covenant. He says, to whom we gave place by subjection. No, not for an hour, that the truth of the gospel might continue with you. He said, but of these who seem to be somewhat whatsoever they were, it maketh no matter to me. He said, God or Yah accepted no man's person, for they who seem to be somewhat in conference added nothing to me. Right? He says, but contrariwise, when they saw that the gospel of the uncircumcision was committed unto me, as the gospel of the circumcision was unto Peter. So he never taught against circumcision. He said the gospel of the circumcision is committed unto me. I don't have to teach circumcision is required because I'm not talking to Israelites. I'm preaching to Israelites. That wasn't sent Israelite. You see what I'm saying? So he said,
you should drop a bomb on that, bro. That's good work.
But no, shout out. Yeah, but it's heavy. But shout out to Indigenous Black Man for putting this verse in the chat, because this basically breaks it out. It's the whole argument, right? This is the whole thing for Jerusalem Council was based on this right here. And listen, here's the other thing: most scholars agree. Biblical and non-biblical scholars agree that Galatians is one of Paul's authentic letters. When they argue for the history of Paul, they say at least 7 of his letters were authentic letters. The letter to the Galatians was one of those letters. So nobody really argues about the Jerusalem Council and what was going on. This was an actual letter that was added to the Bible. It wasn't written as a book of the Bible. This is an epistle. This is a letter. So that's why it's solid evidence, right? Solid evidence, or some my brother Kansu Shasamun says, shout out to him, says prima facie evidence is primary evidence, right? He says, but for verse 8 says, for he that brought effectual Peter to the apostleship of the circumcision, the same was mighty in me toward the Gentiles. He says, so the same way Paul teaches circumcision to the Israelites is the same way I teach uncircumcision to the Gentiles, simply because the promise wasn't given to the Gentiles, but it was given to the Israelites as a sign. We can take that back to Genesis chapter 15 with Abraham, right? We're talking about circumcision. Yeah. So it says, and when James, right, the brother of Jesus, Cephas, which was Peter's name, right? That's the Greek version, or one of the Greek versions of Peter's name, right? His name, it was Cephas, right? That's Peter, and John, who seemed to be pillars, perceived the grace that was given unto me. They gave to me and Barnabas the right hands of fellowship. In other words, they agreed with me and blessed my teaching of uncircumcision to the Gentiles, that gave me Barnabas' right hand fellowship, that we should go unto the heathen. Who was the heathen? Non-Israelites. That they unto the that we should go unto the heathen, and then they should go to the circumcised, to the circumcision. He said, so yeah, you can preach to y'all. Could they basically what they said? Yeah, you go to the Gentiles, the non-Israelites, or the heathens, or and we're gonna go teach circumcision to the Israelites. That's what they agreed upon in the Jerusalem Council. That's why it's so important to this whole scheme of things. Watch this, verse 10. It says, only they would that we should remember the poor. He said the only thing they charge us to do, that we should remember the poor, the same which I also was forward to do. He said, I was called to remember the poor as well. He says, but when Peter was come to Antioch, I withstood him to the face, because he was to be blamed. He said, I came face to face with Peter, and I looked him dead in the eyes, and I said, this is your fault that we got this whole issue going right now, that we got to even call this council, because it is Peter, going back to Peter, when Peter kept saying, he had that vision, don't call clean what I have called, don't call unclean what I have called clean. That was what, and even since Sandra was saying that, he wasn't talking about foods. He was talking about the heathens, the non-Israelites being bought the gospel, being bought the teaching of the truth of Yeshua. This is what they were talking about here. That's why I say people, they go in on Paul. Exactly. And he says, and so watch this. He says, watch this. He says, because he said, I stood face to face with Peter, and he said, and I called him out, because he was to be blamed. Verse 12, he says, for before that certain came from James, the brother of Jesus, he did eat with the Gentiles. But when they were come, he withdrew and separated himself, fearing them which were of the circumcision. He said, before they even came down to even see what I was doing, what did he say? He said he was eating with the Gentiles too. He said, and so when everybody came to see, you flipped the script. You cowered out. You punked out. You tried to play like you wasn't eating with the Gentiles either, that you wasn't hobbing and rubbing elbows with the Gentiles. And the reason why you felt comfortable doing it, because you know that's what Yeshua was doing.
Yeah.
Rubbing elbows with the heathens.
I do got a quick question for that one.
That's why they were doing it. Yeah.
Jesus preached to the Gentiles as well. Did he tell them that they didn't need to be circumcised?
No.
No, you never. No, not at all.
He didn't say that, did he?
Not at all.
Okay, that's very important to highlight.
But that's why I think there was a conflict between Paul and Peter and James and them. I think that was the root of the conflict. You know, you got this guy coming along the scene talking about he seen my brother.
That's exactly what's going on.
And he giving him some strange instructions.
Right. That's exactly what's going on. Because this is the whole argument. He said, man, y'all don't come here flipping the script now, because y'all got a bunch of folks on y'all backs telling people that. And see, this is why what you see happening here. Really, let's get into it real quick, and then we're gonna get back to the topic. What you see really happening right here is that after the death of Yeshua, these Israelites who are in this way, the followers of the way, these Nazareans or these Nazarenes, what you see happening is that they're inching back closer to full-blown Judaism. They're inching back, going back to full-blown Judaism, back to the what Paul talks about the ordinances of men. And people often get this wrong. They say Paul was teaching against the law. Paul wasn't teaching against the law.
Marcion comes on after.
He comes on, yep.
And then he takes it back. away from the Israelites again.
Yep, that's exactly what you see happening here. And see, and so what Paul he starts talking in certain chapters against the ordinances of men. He's not talking about the Mosaic law. He's talking about the stuff that was added on, like washing your hands before you eat, that type of stuff that they would condemn you for. And then this is why Paul will start to say, y'all have made the law of Moses a stumbling block, because y'all adding on to stuff that ain't had nothing to do with the righteousness of the Most High. This is stuff you guys are adding on. That's what Paul taught against. And so while people keep trying to criminalize them and demonize them, they don't understand it. This is why Peter himself says, look, some of y'all can't listen to Paul because y'all don't get it. Peter even says that.
Isn't it quite possible, right, that, and this is why I brought Marcion up, about the taking it back away from the Israelites, their sovereignty and their spirituality. Marcion, what was I fixing to say? Oh my God, it got away from me. It'll come back.
Yeah.
I'm going to say something about Marcion.
So,
in relation
to what did I want to do, man? Him sort of taking him sort of.
This is what I was going to say. Isn't it quite possible that the Pauline letters made it to us by way of Marcion himself? Basically, if it wasn't for this pushback against Israel that Marcion was bringing to the synods, the councils, the churches, right? And he, because he started his own thing. He had his own little Bible and everything. Isn't it not possible that the Pauline letters wouldn't have made it to us if it wasn't for Marcion?
Oh, I agree with that. I can agree with that point to a degree, because man, look, Marcion bigged up Paul more than he did Jesus.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
And
so he was,
and he had 10 letters. He had 10 letters of Paul in his canon. They only kept 7.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, so you gotta keep that,
because Paul talks about other letters and things that he had written and exchanges that he had. He talks about that in some of these letters. He says, in the other letters that I had written to you, in the other letter, in the other epistles that I had sent out to the various. See, Paul, he would write a letter, and he would have the letter. He would send out the same letter at one time to 10, 15 different people, sects of people, right?
And that's one of the things that I would do as a New Testament Israelite. When I was teaching that, I would teach my people that, in Paul's letters, Paul was very, very, very clear that if you was an Israelite, you have to follow the law still. You have to follow this. He created something totally different for strictly Gentile people. When you read, like in the beginning of his letters, like you said, he said something about like this letter him writing these letters. I wrote this letter to the church that was in Corinth and the church that was in Rome. Being that we were Israelites, those letters were not for us.
They weren't. Most of them were not written for us, not at all whatsoever. And I keep telling people, when he's talking to the people at Galatia, these people are still coming out of pagan worship and pagan rituals and practices. And he's combating all of that.
One of the reasons why these pagans brace onto Catholicism and Christianity so hard, because, in quite honesty, it was this movement that brought them out of barbarianism.
I agree. Because up until that time, when you start looking at what was going on in these different parts of these lands, like there was arguments, and I think General Yashar, shout out to him, man, takes on the ground. We had a conversation before when he was bringing out certain points, like even in Galatia at the time, there was a city, I believe it was called Derbe, up north in it was north of Galatia, and then there was an area south of Galatia. In the I believe the area north of Galatia was a different. They had a different group or belief that they were dealing with, and then there was a group to the south that had a different group of belief, but they were all dealing with this quote unquote Paul's teaching. And so the argument was a clash in Galatia between these two different groups of believers, of new converts and believers going on in Galatia, one Derbe to the, I believe, either to the north or to the south. So as you began to see and understand, and that's why I like what you said earlier, Yasha, about dealing with the history, because whether or not you want to argue the dogma is really up to none effect to you. If you study the history alone should be enough to convince you one way or the other and support your faith. Just following the history alone. I don't need to be arguing if a man walked on water, or if he spoke to a fig tree and it dried up. I don't have to argue with if we just follow the historical value or the historicity that we see of what's going on. These people weren't just making this stuff up. You see what I'm saying? This is what was happening in their real lives, and they dealt with so many different things. It's just like today. Like whatever your faith is, you deal with so many different aspects, ideologies, religions. You deal with so much stuff. It wasn't any different back in the day. Only, I mean, today you can still get killed for it, depending on where you live at.
When I was a Christian and a New Testament Israelite, I taught that I was, especially when I was a preacher. I was on my way to Israel, even as a preacher, the stuff that I was saying in the Church of God in Christ. I taught the people that the New Testament, the Bible that we have today, has been tampered with, and this is the reason why we need to learn linguistics, and we need to. I used to teach that one of the very ways that you will not be misled by following the New Testament.
And we got a little bit of feedback, bro. We got some feedback. I don't know what that is.
Is that you look at it on a historical level, and if it can't tie back to history or tie back to the Old Testament, then you just automatically don't pay it no attention.
Yeah, pretty much so. Pretty much so to a degree. And listen, man, I and I want to get into some things with my brother in dealing with Catholicism and deal with his too. I hope he hasn't left. I haven't heard from him. No, Andrew, if you're still there. Okay, cue your question up, bro, again, because I want to get to your question, so we could discuss that, and then I want to show the reason why. And I say this a lot of times, and I think people miss this, especially when I'm on channels like over there on the HOK, and I have exchanges with our good brother Jabari, right? And I say, hey man, I said, hey brother, I said, all you're teaching is what you're talking is what this very subject is. You're only talking about the superiority of Catholicism that you see in Christianity, which holds a very strong connection, and in my eyes is really one and the same, to be honest with you, is really one and the same with Comedicism. Especially at least going back to the Ptolemies.
I'm just going to be honest. I study history. I hate to say it. I went to colleges and universities to study history. I didn't. Period. Anthropology, all of that stuff. And I'm just saying this, man. On a historical level.
I think he fell off.
I lost my brother. Yeah, I think he just tried to come back in. Let me hit it real quick.
The stuff that Jabari's talking about.
Oh, there he is.
It's very, very pseudo. You know, I know real history.
Hold on now.
Yes.
What he's
Let him get it out, bro. Let him get it out, bro. Let him get it out, Andrew. There you go.
He can't go against Jabari.
Let him get it out. There you go.
Jabari the GOAT.
I can argue. He's a good debater, right? But I mean, a pseudo could be a good debater. You know,
Absolutely.
Information is solid because you skillful in debate.
What did he say that was pseudo? Let's start there.
Go on the Yashab in Israelite Thought channel. I got several. I got encounters with him where Yarah was catching him in pseudo moments. I got several. I've caught him in several pseudo moments.
I would love to hear. Well, bring up one now so we can discuss it. I want to hear it.
Well, I'll bring up one that I brought him in. We was talking about the last encounter that I had with him was on the Lion's Den, and we were talking. They were pretty much getting on his head about him being a priest and trying to align him with with being a priest and a charlatan and this that, like no different than a Christian priest, right? And Jabari was so caught up on trying to defend what he does with the money, and I told him that, man, I don't know about you and Kemet, right? In what you believe in, Kemet, your teachings and your standing on. But as an Israelite, the priest of Israel, all of the money that comes to the priest of Israel belongs to the priest. It's his money. He can do whatever he want to do with it. Now, if that is if Kemet is anything like that, then hey man, these people ain't got no right to be asking you about what you do with the money, and you don't have to explain it to nobody. This man say, I kindly disagree. Disagree with what? It's a fact what I said about the Israelites and their priests and their money, and it's a fact that what I said right. So what the freak is you disagreeing about, bro?
Yeah, I don't think that's enough to call somebody pseudo.
Hey man, I don't want to make.
He got information where he calling the Hyksos people that are not black, and I got actual footage of the hieroglyphics on the wall where all of the people from Avaris were different shades of black.
I don't call them black either. I can stand on that. I mean,
oh, bro,
we got we got there.
He this great scholar in Kemet. All you got to do is go on my channel, and I got hieroglyphics of the people of Avaris, right, with European scholars talking about it. And these people every one of them are phenotype black people with afros and every fucking thing, bro.
Well, I have some hieroglyphs of them being a lot lighter than the Nubians, a lot lighter than the Libyans, a lot lighter than the Egyptians. I have exact reliefs that would show their light skin. Hold on. I didn't cut you off. Let me finish. I got something to say.
Yeah, let him go. Let him go.
Not only do I have the reliefs of their skin, but we have their bodies, and they did DNA things on them, and we see they're from Syria. We see they're from Syria that came down during that time period. If we rewind the clock to like 1600, 1400 BC in Syria, we know what those people look like, and they weren't black.
What did it? I don't. You know what? Let's shelve that topic for another conversation. And I don't want to make this a Jabari. I don't want to make this a Jabari bashing. I don't want to make this a Jabari bashing segment. I just want to talk about the information, right? Okay. Because one of the things that I in historically speaking, we know that the Catholic Church had a great influence from the Ptolemaic period, right? When those Ptolemies were ruling ancient Kemet, they had a huge influence. And this is what I see. And the reason why we see this is because if you said it, brother, you've been giving us the context clues to it, the whole conversation, right? This is why you really didn't want, it's a difficult time. It's really difficult to really talk about Roman Catholicism, right? Because when you talk about the superiority of Catholicism, what's bigger than Roman Catholicism?
But they Because they existed at the same time. You had regular Catholicism and you had Roman Catholicism, and you know what I mean.
Yes.
So
you telling me there were two Catholicisms?
Yeah, I'm saying there were two popes active at the exact same time.
You know what? I remember something like that. Now that you say it, is you talking about one that was in Byzantium and the other one in Rome?
No, it was the Pope of Alexandria, the Pope of Rome,
Yeah,
the Byzantinian cats. They were called patriarchs. They were like bishops. You know what I mean? They were second.
So that's three separate Catholic branches.
Yes, I'm glad. Yes, and it's still that. It was on that. I mean, all the councils were devised around that, and sometimes with the new pope.
But what about the Africans though? Because the Africans at first, if you go in the records, they were vehemently against. They want nothing to do with none of them peoples.
Well, I mean, not in Alexandria. I would say that's inaccurate.
Well, in Alexandria,
Ethiopia rocked with them too.
It depends on what time frame we talking about.
Well, we've been talking about, first through third century.
I'm talking about more so like the third century.
Nah, they was with it because Matthew. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Finish your thought. I want you to lose it.
I was about to say Matthew. I believe went to Ethiopia, and did his thing. Mark was in Alexandria. I think one of the Simons went to Cyprus. So they was well represented in Africa, and the Africans were with it. You know what I'm saying? They was with it.
Yeah, but I think that they was against what the agenda that they was pushing.
Here's 300 years later. Go ahead, though.
The non-Jewish agenda. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that didn't. As he said, that didn't come until beginning. Late middle second, early third century. You start to see this. Well, if you say, I wouldn't say you talk about anti-Judaic movement, the pushback of this movement.
Pretty much where Christianity is trying to usurp Judaism.
I mean,
but here's what I'm saying though, right? And this is the point of the conversation. I tried. I think I really did a good job of holding back, right? Showing some better discipline here, right? Like this title, the superiority of Catholicism, right? In Christianity.
No, we need to be informed.
There's nothing more. There's no level or branch of Catholicism that's greater than Roman Catholicism. Now, we can argue about the different branches and then the fusing, and then whether or not we have this this burgeoning empire and this fusion by the time we get to Spain, where we do see the largest papal seat at the time in the 1400s at that time, right? Versus to now where we know what the Vatican is. Go ahead, y'all rock out. Go ahead.
I got a question. Is what the Jesuits, are they Catholic? Are they part of a different branch of Catholics, or are they something else?
Yeah, they come from Saint Ignatia. I hope I'm saying his name right. They come from him. He started like a monastery. I always messed that word up. And I believe they were against Marcion. So it was like a small sect of believers.
But they are Catholic though, right? Like a part of that Catholic thing, or are they something like a little different?
Well, they are Catholic now, but it was like retrospect. He got venerated like well after his death. People accepted him into the circle, but during this time period, he was going through it. So they weren't accepted at first. I hope I answered that well.
Yeah, you gave me much clarity, because I'm up under the influence that all of them had came together up under Roman Catholicism. I never knew of the three branches that still exist today. You know what I'm saying? That's a new one on me.
Yeah. I mean, I was prepared for that conversation because I wanted to show the distinction between the regular Catholics and the Roman Catholics. A lot of it
And
has to do
they
with,
still exist today.
yeah. Well, it was a battle. It was a battle that went on for like a millennia, and it's such great history on it that like one pope would put the Nicene Creed, which would be like Roman Catholic. One pope would put the Nicene Creed above all. Then the next person would come in and he was more Arian than the others, so he would put something else. You got people that was heavy on Mary, so it was kind of almost like political parties, for lack of better words. It was almost like Republicans and Democrats.
It was like different political parties up under one thing, or they were all different things, all three different things altogether.
They were three different things that became one later. And the Catholicism outlasted them all, had better politicians, better speakers.
So today there's only one real Catholic today.
It was no,
like,
because you can go.
There's no two popes on the earth today, right? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, we still have two popes. We still got two popes. Okay. And the pope in Africa is a brother. Yeah, a brother with an afro and a gray beard, and he be draped out looking like Ramses the Third. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm like,
Ethiopia.
Yeah, you seen him?
Yeah,
man. But, he got gold on every finger. No, I'm talking about Alexandria.
But is he a pope?
Yeah, I mean, first off, I misspoke. It's Ethiopia got a different guy. I'm talking about Alexandria when I said the Pope that's draped out in gold looking like Ramses. The Ethiopia guy is something different. He's really like a branch of Judaism. He'll be rocking with y'all. They actually represent, they accepted him in Israel today. He's represented in Israel. He got like some black families starting settlements up there causing havoc, but that's a different conversation. But wow. I was talking about Buddy in Alexandria. He a brother. He speak English well and everything, and he got all the old relics, man. I think it's important. These Protestant churches here and the Protestant faith itself, I feel like they disrespect the early Christian fathers. They disrespect the connect with Egypt. And I feel like we need to talk about that, and that happened for a reason too. Like that just didn't happen out of nowhere. That happened for a reason. With them trying to disconnect from Africa, and let me tell you, it had a lot to do with it being Africa, and they've been kind of ashamed of it. But
in contrast to like conservative and liberals, like wouldn't you say that not the Pentecostals, the Protestants are very like liberal when it comes to Christianity and Christ and stuff like that?
Yeah, I would say super liberal, because they kind of write their own beginning. They have like they started like a new beginning, and they ignore the past.
I mean, they can come up with a new cult or sect right now that whatever that pastor say is what it is.
Yeah, and that would never happen.
History, irregardless to what history says, irregardless to what reality is. What this preacher says, this is what it is. When I was in the Pentecostal church, man, I was misled, to believe speaking in tongues went back to Acts 2 and 4. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Okay.
That's how that's how liberal they are with their interpretation.
Well, I don't blame them all the way. They got to go to school. So they're, for lack of better words, they're kind of indoctrinated. It's almost like they're taught. They read commentary. There we go. They read so much commentary that they take their own thoughts, and the Spirit doesn't really get a chance to lead them, because they'll stand on Calvinist commentary. So if it's not Calvinist, I ain't with it. They'll stand on Wesleyan commentary. Like, they really have their own answers. They don't look to the past. That's my biggest argument. They don't even consider Catholicism Christians. I'm like, they're delusional. Like, y'all the new people. Like, they have turned.
That's one of the reasons why I left the Pentecostal church, because when I was in it, especially in my younger days, I actually thought that the speaking in tongues go back to Acts 2 and 4. And I had no idea that this stuff started with Parham, William, Parham and Seymour.
Is that the one in the upper room? I think it started in the upper room.
No, not that. That was something totally different than what was going on in Azusa Street and in the Pentecostal church, and even all of that stuff that was coming out of Wesleyan movement. None of that stuff is the same stuff that they were talking about in Rome. Because see, the scriptures say that every man was speaking in another man's language.
Exactly, and that's what true tongues is. These Protestants changed it.
This stuff is not that, man. You know, they tried to pull it off with the very first lady. I forget her name, Agnes something. They tried to say she was writing and speaking in Chinese, but we got her today, and none of that stuff is Chinese.
For real? I haven't looked into that. That's funny.
You know, they have had movements. The early Pentecostals, the Europeans. You know, they had their own little branch. You know what I'm saying? They were actually really believing that stuff, and they were sending people all over to China and stuff like that with that, and they were trying to speak in tongues to these people. Them people looking at them like they crazy.
It actually does come from a passage in Scripture. Well, I must say Scripture because I don't consider Paul's letter Scripture. But it actually comes from an account that Paul talks about when he talks about speaking in a heavenly language, and that there are those who are doing this or practicing this, speaking in a quote unquote heavenly language, an ethereal language that can only be and should not be spoken among mass people or mass congregations without an interpretation from a prophet or prophetess, right?
Yeah, this language was an intelligible language to some degree to somebody.
You're supposed to have somebody there to translate.
What happens is that in the book of Acts, it talks about this. It talks about what you're speaking about, Yasha, that this supernatural ability comes upon those who are waiting in the upper room. They're endowed with this ability to understand foreign languages that they had never been taught before, right?
That wasn't in the Gospels? I thought that was in the Gospels.
Well, no, that's only in the book of Acts.
Yeah, it's in Acts.
I think in one of the Gospels.
Only in the book of Acts. Acts chapter. Okay. It's only in Acts chapter 2 that you began. That's your first understanding of that. That they're speaking with.
As a former Pentecostal, Acts 2 and 4, or was it 4 and 2? It's the pillar of Pentecostalism.
Yeah, so it's a pillar of Pentecostalism. You rarely see that I've understood people being able to being endowed with this instant ability to do the extraordinary, and that immediately speak a language that they had not been taught, which happened in the upper room, right in Acts chapter 2. That's different from what Paul was saying in some of his letters when he says, I speak in a heavenly language and I do it more than ye all do. So in other words, Paul was saying that he wasn't the only one doing this practice. He wasn't the only one doing this. He said, but I do it more so than you all. He said, but if you do it, it should not come without someone interpreting what's being said, right? If it's unintelligible to everyone else, it shouldn't be done. Sort of gives this understanding that there's a language that the angels speak, or this language.
You know what makes me agree wholeheartedly is that you started out and you told your position on Paul and what you think about Paul. You know what I'm saying? and that's what makes this solid. You made it clear that you yourself don't rock with them. But
well, it's not that I don't rock with. I don't rock with it, but I understood.
Right, you're teaching him you're teaching him unbiasedly to the best way you can, and for a guy who's not like me, I don't rock with Christianity, but I'm teaching him stuff the best way I can. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's the best thing you do. I don't, like I said, you have people who are Pauline Christians. I'm not a Pauline Christian. I don't think Paul is the basis of the foundation of our faith. Yes, some people that do that. What I teach is
majority
the truth
do that.
Of
yeah.
You have a lot that do that. You have a lot that do that. But I don't. I try not to do that, because what happens is that you automatically acquiesce to a man-made doctrine. You automatically do that, and once you do that, you have now boxed yourself in.
Yeah,
you cannot go outside of the parameters of that doctrine box that you've just put yourself into and sealed. Once you do that, right? So you have to look for truth in the history and the material culture of what's going on, what they meant by why they said things, and why they were saying things, the way they were saying things. Even to almost down to the point, can we find out what the weather was like that day? You see what I'm saying? So if what the political climate was, all of these things come into play. Now, that they believe that they believed heavily in spirits. They believe heavily in demons. Paul even talks about in one of his letters to the church of Ephesus and Ephesians. He talks about that there are many gifts of the Spirit of the Most High that man is endowed with. Right? You have the gift of being an apostle, pastor, preacher, teacher, prophet, right? Which many in Pentecostal churches, they refer to it as the fivefold ministry. Like those are the top gifts. And then under that, you have the gifts of the administration. You have the gift of helps and different things like that in order for the church.
Not to go off of that, but give me a quick education on what is the fivefold. Because I got a friend who says that all the time. As a Bible student who was raised in Christianity, that was something that went above my head. What is that fivefold ministry, real quick, for me?
Yeah, I believe it's Ephesians 5th chapter talks about that when Yeshua ascended, right? But I teach it in the terms of this consciousness, right? So when he ascends, right, he doesn't leave his followers, or he doesn't leave the apostles without understanding fully the importance of this higher level of elevated consciousness. And what he's saying is this. Now we get into a lesson that I got coming up, talking about spiritual intelligence, right? I did emotional intelligence, EQ, EI, a few days ago. I'm going to be doing spiritual intelligence, or the SQ quotient. Because what this is,
claim to have that stuff.
What it is Ephesians chapter 5. Yeah, it talks about Ephesians chapter 5. He says, I shall give gifts unto men. Let me see. I want to pull it up and show people, right? And I'm gonna show you exactly what that is real quick.
Like say for instance, what I'm trying to say is like Geno Jenkins. He one of them preachers that talk that fivefold ministry talk, right?
Yeah, but I know exactly what you're saying.
He failed to realize that black people is Israelites. How could you have a higher?
Well, I'm gonna show you that these were still Israelites.
We never got to answer that.
How could you have a higher consciousness and you fail to realize that? Like as we talking right now about as I was trying to show y'all about the Bar Kokhba revolt and how this stuff here was a part of the Roman Jewish wars. What we got to realize is that these people, Rome chased these Israelite Christians and Israelite people all the way down into Carthage, right there where the Conference of Hippo took place at. The Bar Kokhba revolt took there between Carthage and Tunisia, right there in North Africa. These people didn't run to Europe. These people didn't run to China. They ran directly to damn Africa. They didn't run to Iraq like Garfield said. They ran to Africa, which signifies and validates the blackness of the scripture that I've said before.
I mean, that's a little problematic, but I follow your logic. That's why I asked that question, because during the Jewish and Roman wars, we have famous Jews that kind of crossed over with the Romans. They cross. It's a lot of famous Jews that crossed over to the Romans, and we have their busts. We have their families. Yeah, that's why I brought up him. He's one of the most famous ones, but it's some other people that work for the Tacitus family and the Herodian family, and we see them, and they're white. So that's why I was asking Brother Yarah. I love talking to Hebrews about this because they can go deeper.
Yeah,
I'll say this.
Because I don't want to.
I'll say this, like
go ahead,
when you
bro,
go back and look at those ancient drawings and stuff, frescoes and stuff like that, statues and stuff like that, I have come to find all of them Europeanized. And like Spinoza, for instance, ain't now one of those pictures of Spinoza real. None of them. You know, we look at the statue. We got a statue of Hannibal right now that looks so white and European, it's a shame. But the most ancient coins of Hannibal is a black man with an afro, big nose, and big lips, unmistakably.
Yeah, I seen that coin. I saw that coin of Hannibal. But no, I like talking to Hebrews about this because they have this is one of their focuses. So I be feeling like they can really give me like a solid answer. You know what I'm saying? That's the only reason I like asking people like y'all.
Our history has been whitenized by our conquerors. You know, you're not only not an Israelite. You're not an Israelite. You're not an Egyptian. You're not from the kingdom of Great Awesome. You are one of those jigaboo mud tree swinging niggas that we stole about Africa. That's the best you're ever going to get from them of who you are. Those people just fell out the fucking sky or something. Irregardless to those Egyptian and
hey, bro, man, the dialogue is great, man. I try to keep this clean. Hold on one second, Yasha.
Yeah.
Yasha.
Yeah.
Not to cut you, bro. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We got to keep it clean, bro. So we got to keep the language to try to keep the language clean. So, but I agree. I want to read Ephesians chapter 4 real quick. We're gonna talk about this fivefold ministry thing, and then I want to get to what my brother Andrew, the student, right? Because I think, although I agree with Yasha, I think that there's a nuance to that our brother Andrew the Great. So let me read this real quick. Let's deal with Ephesians chapter 5 because I want to answer this just in case somebody else has a question. Because it's always pertinent. I'm going to share my screen real quick.
Hey, then, I'm about to change phones again.
Time.
Check me out backstage. I'm gonna come in with my other.
Okay.
Phone.
Yep. I'll hear you pop in. Yep, I'll hear you pop in.
Hey, I apologize to anybody ears are affected with any dirty words because I try to be intellectual all the time.
It's good, man. It's good, man. I try to keep it because I know that some people had expressed their moms and mothers be listening in sometime, and that's why they listen in because they don't have to deal with all the other type of stuff. But your knowledge it's a great addition, bro, to the show. I wish you come back on.
I come on there, man. Anytime I don't see you doing much.
I can't really hear right now.
I said I don't hardly see you doing much. I'll come through I be looking for stuff, man. Guys out here who doing what. But lately I haven't been seeing a bunch. I see you on a bunch of other people programs and stuff, but I don't hardly see you doing much over here.
Yeah. Just get with me, bro. We here now. Let me get Andrew. There you go, Andrew.
Yeah, I was told that I could be a little rough around the edges, but forgive me. I've been hanging around.
No,
I've been fighting.
I'm not even
I've
saying
been fighting in the battlefield.
that.
I done got a little wounded in the battlefield. Some of them scars just gonna stick with me.
Yeah, I'm not even.
The guy who got on the white
It's all
suit,
good.
and he happened to walk through the dirty.
Understood.
He happened to walk through the dirty area.
I'm trying
and got a
to.
little dirt on him. That comes from hanging around these rotten Israelites. They got me talking all.
Yeah, man. Hold on. I don't know what's going on, Andrew.
Yeah, these rotten Israelites got me talking like that, man. I apologize, y'all.
Hey, man.
The ISUPK will cuss you right on
Hey,
out.
man. Hey, Andrew, I don't know what's going on. It keeps. There you go. I think you're good now. I don't know why I kept going in and out. But let me read this real quick. Right, y'all see on the screen. Watch this. Man, Andrew, we fell off again. Hold on. Let me get him back in before I start reading. Uh-oh, it's gonna do it again. There you go.
All right, you can hear me?
Pretty good now.
Can you hear me?
I think he got a bad connection. I think he's good. Yep, we can hear you good now. So let me ask you, Brother Yasser. This is Ephesians chapter 4, verses 11 to 13. So this is where they get the whole understanding of the fivefold ministry from, right? When you hear it, it's right here. It's verse 11, Ephesians chapter 4, verse 11. It says, "And he gave some," talking about Yeshua upon his ascension, or what he left to his apostles, right? Or to the followers, because we know that we often talk about the 12, but we know there were about at least 120, both men and women, that followed him without fail to the very end, right? So he said gave some, not all.
I just seen in that text where it said multitudes follow Jesus. So I don't see why people just want to. I think it was.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I think it was 12 men. He had 12 consorts. You know what I'm saying? But that man had multitudes following him.
I wouldn't call them consorts because that means something else.
Yeah. Thousands follow him, but we know he had I would say a staff of 120 at least.
I thought
right?
at
least the staff of 120. Right?
Yeah, I think that's for the lack of a better word.
No, he had 120.
I think biblically it's 70.
No, 120. No, 120, because those are the ones that he instructed to wait in the upper room in Acts 2. It was about 120
Could that
men
be why
and women.
Why so many different Jameses and Johnses?
Absolutely.
This is a popular name.
Absolutely. So let me read Ephesians chapter 4, verse 11 to 13. It says, "And he gave some." Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I think I got a little delay. It says, "And he gave some apostles, prophets, evangelists, pastors, teachers." Ephesians 4 and 11 give you the fivefold ministry, right? So the teaching is, the Pentecostal teaching is, or the teaching is that you have some who have the anointing or the gift of being an apostle. You have some who have the gift of being prophet. You have, or prophetess, or you have some who have the ability to be evangelist, right? You have some who have the ability to be pastors or called to be pastors. And then you have some who have the abilities to be teachers. And for the verse 12, for the perfecting of the saints, for the work of the ministry, for the edifying of the body of Christ, till we all come into the unity of faith. Now, we know we're not all at verse 13, right? If we're following this, we're not at verse 13. So conventional understanding of this verse is that there should be apostles, prophets, evangelists, pastors, and teachers still today, or operating today, but they should be working towards one goal: for the perfecting of the saints. In other words, maturing, how to walk out this life circumspectly. If it's done correctly, Christ followed Torah. He kept Torah.
Yeah.
So
that's what I said. That's what I said.
So if you're not teaching, if they're not teaching Torah, then they can't call themselves an apostle, a prophet, evangelist, a pastor, a teacher. That's how I look at this verse.
So what does that mean about Paul?
I come out of the Pentecostal movement, and
Paul would have been an apostle.
In my church, they had people who called themselves all of that. Now, I became Church of God in Christ later on. But I originally came up out of Holiness Church, and then the Holiness, and then the Apostolic Church, which is equally as Pentecostal. That they got all them titles in them churches.
Yeah, and you can have, you can have multiple people operating in these offices, now that they call them now offices, these gifts, these offices, operating in these offices in one congregation. That's how I believe that's possible. Absolutely. But if they're not teaching Torah, I don't care what anybody say. Because Paul even taught, I mean, the scripture, I believe it's in the book of Acts, where it talks about that the law is the schoolmaster that leads us to this point, talking about the Gentiles, right? That the law is the schoolmaster, the foundation. That's really what it says in scripture, that the law is the schoolmaster that leads them to the foundation of maturing these heathens or non-Israelites, right? To teach them the ways of the Most High, which goes back to Isaiah chapter 56.
That throws out the fivefold ministry in the Pentecostal church, yeah.
Exactly. That's my point, bro. That's my point. That's my whole point. That's my whole point. So when you got these folks walking around talking about the apostles and they're not teaching Torah, they're not teaching what Christ taught, because Torah, that he clearly observed the feast days. He clearly observed Shabbat, kept the Sabbath. If they're not doing that in these churches, then they're not operating. Right. Y'all not the ones he's talking to.
Hey, y'all gotta take turns.
Yeah.
Y'all talking over each other, man.
Yeah,
I think we got a delay. I think there's a delay somewhere.
Okay.
I think there's a delay.
It gets big,
and I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know if it's me or my brother.
I think it's the brother, because he be waiting and then he'll come in talking right when you start talking. So I think
it could be delayed.
Yeah, I think there's a delay. Yeah, it's the delay. See, he's just not answering us to the first time we talked. Yeah, you might want to drop out and come back in. That might fix it. I don't know. I'll let you right back in, but I think that's what it is. But that's the understanding of fivefold ministry.
Okay,
and that's how I view that.
Hey, let me jump in there. I want
now.
Let me jump in there.
Go ahead, brother.
Can you hear me? All right. We were talking about the number of the apostles.
Yeah, I can hear you clear.
Okay, good. When we were talking about the apostles, I was actually talking about the scripture from Luke, where they talk about the 70 disciples. You know, I mean the 70 70 disciples. Sometimes it says 72. And they end up becoming the 70 apostles or the 72 apostles. So I was talking about that. And that was Jesus appointed them and sent them out. It wasn't even, you know what I mean? This had nothing to do with Paul. This is before that. And the reason that's kind of important.
Well, yeah.
Let me finish. The reason that's important is because who you think Paul was writing to? If Paul's just now starting his ministry, who you think he's writing to? Who consecrated those other people in those other places that he's writing to? Who put them in positions of power? It wasn't him, because he's writing out to them. They were already put in power when Jesus let the 70 or the 72 loose and sent them on missions. And that's in the book of Luke. So I just wanted to say that. I didn't want to cut you off earlier when you were speaking. I just wanted to add that though.
No, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah. I've heard that. That's, to be honest with you, bro. That's the early church father Catholic teaching. But I get where they come. Well, I get where they get the the 70, right, where they were sent out by twos, right? It talks about, you know, those being sent out by twos, and how and so how you get those first those first persons. The reason why the 12 are called the apostles is because it is these 12 who are considered the founders of the quote unquote Christian movement after the martyrdom of Yahweh Shai, or Jesus the Christ, right? And please don't get me wrong, folks. When I'm saying martyrdom, I'm doing that for the sake of the conversation, because I could really go into death, burial, and resurrection of Yeshua. I understand that, but again, there is evidence that those that looked at it at the time considered it a martyrdom, right? Which is probably more appropriate to what it is that if you were walking the streets at that time, that's what you probably would have really understood it to be, right? So let's you had a question right before we got into this, Andrew.
Yeah, it was a little off topic. That's why.
It was a little off topic. It was about the we were talking about, was it colorization, or did we move past it? We were talking about
it was colorization. And it came up because as I was doing research on like all the Jewish Roman wars and the persecution, some of the people were venerated later, and we see their bust and their families, and they were like, you know, they were like white people. So when I talk to my Hebrew brothers,
yes,
I love to ask them, when did the switch happen? In my head, I think it happened after.
Can I tell you? Can I share my screen, bro? And that's a good question, bro, because in the Hebrew Israelite community, especially among the camps and other camp-like doctrine, you hear the term Edomites, right? They refer to white people at this time as Edomites, right, or sympathizers, or the white man, right, during this particular time. They call them the Edomites. And you mentioned the Herodians as well, were these white people. My research has led me to believe that the Herodians were not white people, right? What we would consider today white people. They tell you what their lineage was, and even if you read the book of Maccabees, they really go into their history of who they it's talked about who their history were. So we know that the Herodians historically, right, in extra biblical sources, they came out of the stock of the Samaritans, right? And the Samaritans was products of during the Assyrian captivity, or season of Jerusalem, circa 725, 735 BCE. The Assyrians go down into Samaria, the capital of Israel. And it tells us that what happened is that they deport the men of the northern tribes of Israel. They send Judah to the south, or they leave Judah in the south of Israel. They leave them there, but they allow the Reubenites and the Benjamites and the Simeonites and the Levites to go down and take camp among the southern tribes of Judah when the Assyrians come in 735 BCE and sack Jerusalem. They allow those tribes to go among the tribes of Judah. Why? Because they're very small in number and they're not a military threat. So they allow them to go down into those lands. But the other tribes, right, that are scattered, right, the scattering of the northern tribes, these men are deported, right? They're deported. And what you see occur is that the women that remain are taken as wives or raped by the Assyrian captors. And it is the offspring of these Israelite women of Samaria during the siege of Jerusalem in circa 735, 725, 735 BCE, and the Assyrian captors. It is their children who we understand later on are or as the Samaritans. And it is out of that stock that the Herodians come out of, right? And so he is actually part Assyrian and part Israelite, right? Based on the lineage of that offspring. And so if you follow history of the Herodians, the only way that they become, they began to rise in power, right, is that during the Maccabean War, they do not assist in fighting alongside the Israelites and those of Hyrcanus. They don't fight alongside them. They sort of fall back. They stay out of it, and they don't assist them in fighting off the Greeks. And so once the Greeks are pushed back, and the and Hyrcanus and the Jews at that time become victors in that skirmish, then the Herodians or those Samaritans or those Herodians are said that not the Herodians at the time, but those Samaritans, that offspring. He says, look, if you if you weren't part Israelite, I would wipe you out. He said, but since you're Israelite, I'm going to allow you to live among us. I'm going to have mercy on you. But you have to do one thing. You have to become circumcised. And so once these Herodians once these Samaritans agree to that, they become circumcised. Now, mind you, they're still worshiping a different deity because they still have a Assyrian influence. And so because of this Assyrian influence, and they still have Israelite blood, they're allowed to stay. But John Hyrcanus says, listen, you have to be circumcised. The Maccabees, you have to be circumcised. And so they began to practice circumcision. But they're looked at as a lesser class during the time around near Galilee and Judea. They're looked at as a lesser class than the actual Israelites themselves. And so because they're half-breeds, right? And so or they're mixed. And so what happens is that eventually they began to grow in power, political power. They began to grow in stature. And then this Herodian family rises up. They become wealthy. They rise up in trade, different things like that. They become politically strong, and then they ascend to the throne of Judea, and they become the ruling class in Judea. And one of the things how they do this is that they marry into the actual full-blood line of Israelites, which would be the Hasmoneans. So the Herodians marry into the Hasmonean dynasty, and they began to have children. And because they have children, now they solidified their position as the ruling class among Judea and among the Israelites. And so they become to power, the Herodians, and then they bring in their own priesthood, which is the Sadducees. They bring in their own priesthood who are connected to this sort of like mix of Assyrian type, Babylonian type worship, right? And practice. This the rabbis and all of this stuff come to play later on down the line. But they're not a part of the Pharisees. The Pharisees are strictly from the tribe of Israel, right? They're strictly from the tribe of Israel. And so you see these two make a play, but they're all attached to this sort of Judaic inference. This is why Christ in the scriptures, the woman, when he deals with the Samaritan woman, she says, your people don't even mix with my people. We don't even, y'all worship on this mountain, we worship on that mountain.
I got a
we'll later. Yes.
Okay. Okay, now the book of Joshua deals a lot with Esau. He talks a lot about Esau, the Edomites, and stuff like that, right? Now, I personally don't subscribe to the book of Joshua, but I'm a reader, right? I have not looked at the book of Joshua on a scholarly level. I've just taken bird's eye, a bird's eye analysis at it. My question about the book of Joshua, what time span was this supposed to have taken place in? When it was dealing with the Edomites and how they was Carthage and
I think that's a good question.
and
Before we get on it, can we finish what we were just saying? I think what he's saying is a dope question, but I want to respond to what he just said. He just gave a long layout of the Herodian family, how they came to power and things like that. So this is just a quick response to that. I was going to say, when you're in your studies, look to the Ptolemies. Look to the Ptolemies. That's well before, any of the people, the Herodian family is well before any of those people. It's before Caesar. And if you look at that period, you can kind of see that I think that's where the switch happened. I've never heard a Hebrew say it, though. They always kind of take the route you just took, which would take it to like 60 BC, 70 BC. And I'm thinking maybe 300 BC, like that this bait and switch is done with the actual writing of the Septuagint. The Ptolemies opening up new school scribes, starting the biggest library, taking everything from the ancient world and putting it in Greek. You know what I'm saying?
And they made the gods, white Greekish gods, out of the old gods, Serapis and all that.
Yeah. So I was thinking, but I've never heard a Hebrew brother say it. So that's the only reason I was asking. I wanted to see where you're going to take it there, because the Herodian family, I believe, is truly white. Because his dad, he's written about in Josephus. Josephus talks about his dad, who was the first ruler of Judea during the Roman times. Well, he was appointed right after they saved Caesar, and Caesar started breaking up the land. He gave him Judea, and that's how his family kind of kept going. But they were white.
So you talk about the
well, I don't see. When you say white, I have a notion of West. I have a notion of Europeans, right? And when I say Europeans, I'm talking about. That's that. We actually have. And let me show that, because I actually have attestation of where that comes from, and it is. Matter of fact, let me pull it up.
Even with the word European, we got to be concerned with the switch.
Yeah, that's why I'm using Roman. I'm saying
absolutely.
I'm saying they were of Roman stock, which is why the Rome put them in charge. They spoke the Roman language. They
weren't.
I think these.
Well, everybody did during that time.
Well, for my studies in history. In my studies of history, these switches took place when Europeans, or what I call white people, had taken over lands that were not theirs. Every time that they started all the way back to the Gutians, a lot of people, like when you go back and look at Iranian history and all of that stuff, and you can show me these pictures of European or white-looking people, all of that stuff happened after the Gutian invasion. Every one of them, all of the frescoes, drawings, sculptures, and all of that was prior to those people were all black people.
I got you.
And all around the world where white people have conquered, like even in Spain, Spain was black, but after 1492, that's when the switch came with them.
Okay, well let me speak on what Yarah said. The reason I'm saying the Ptolemies is because I'm speaking of Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great had already took over all that land, so it was already some cleansing. Not saying they were doing genocide, but I'm saying these became like powerful posts for the Alexandrian Empire, which then turned into the Ptolemies. You can see them putting people in Judea. You can see Cleopatra being given Judea by Mark Antony, and that's like the what year? That's like dinner around the time Jesus being born. This type of stuff is happening. So it's been
you talking about
Romans.
you talking about the 3rd century BC that with Greece, when Greece was doing the stuff with Egypt and stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe
That's what I took it back.
Prior to that, the 5th century, maybe.
Well, no, I'm saying I think that's when the switch happened, because if it doesn't happen there, then it's hard to find it in history. We can hear people's conjecture and hear people's opinions, but looking at the historical record, there's only a small couple windows of when this could have really happened. And the reason I'm pointing towards this time period is because it happened in multiple places. You see everywhere Alexander went, all of his generals took over a place, and those places become from like Germanic tribes. They come from that stock. I'm not going to use the word white or European.
But what difference is that in not only the Alexandrian people, but just white people, period? White skinned people is what we call Caucasian people, period. Everywhere that they went, when they hit those societies, everything began. The switch came when they hit those societies and dominated those societies.
Yeah. Well, the issue becomes with the Hebrew Israelite, because the Hebrew Israelite hangs on to the claim that these is black people. You know what I'm saying? And so I think they probably are black until like 300 BC. I think that's when we start to see a big cleansing, and then we got burnt libraries, which would take, that's why we don't find a lot of this written down. You got a lot going on during that period, and then boom, all of a sudden you get Rome, you went to Nero, and you went to all these new people, and you never, you know what I mean? I hope I'm explaining that well.
You know what I would like? You know what I wish, and this is one of the reasons why I started studying Arabic and Hebrew. I as a youngin, I wanted this to be my goal, but I wish that and this man's still living, but I wish that I could get a chance to meet that brother. That he's a Jewish brother. He's a black Jewish brother. He practiced Islam, and he got a large amount of the books and library records from Timbuktu. I wish that I could. I wish that I had access to the materials and the historical records that was recorded in the damn University of Timbuktu.
I can dig it. But do you feel what I'm saying?
As
far as
I talk about him often.
Do you feel me as far as the time period, Yarah?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm trying to pull up. Yeah, I see what you're saying. But I'm gonna tell you, all of that is a fabrication, right? I mean, when people say that, like, where this switch occurred, where they became, how did they become white? It never happened in that instance. And we have attestations of that it never went that way. I know a lot of these camps argue, they take you all the way in the book of Jasher, and then they take you all the way back to Zepho and Esau and what lands he conquered and Edom and different things like that. And then they try to make it to show where this was Esau, the Edomite, and he was a white man. All less fallacious. all less fallacious. You start talking about who Esau is.
You did a talk over there on Do the Nash channel about that.
Hold on, let him cook. Let him cook. He was saying something.
Oh yeah, that's right. We sure did.
After
he got a delay, but he and I.
Go ahead. You tell the
Yeah, I was saying let
Yarah
cook. He was
delay.
making a point.
Yeah,
it's cool.
Yeah, I'm trying to bring it up. My presentation, bro, to show you what is where that actually came from, bro.
Okay, because here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. I'm not trying to set you up, but here's the kicker. Because if it didn't happen during that time period, then guess what? It didn't happen, and we're talking about the same Syrians. Man. We're talking about the same Syrians that took over Arvis, that we got their bodies and we got DNA. We would have to say that they stayed. That's who they are,
bro. Like, bro. That's just nah. See what you're doing, bro. What you're doing, bro. Like,
That's the Palestinian,
right? Yeah, that's not right. That's not what that is, bro. I'm gonna show you. Like, I'm trying to pull up my screen, bro. I'm gonna show you that none of that happens. Is how you said it had nothing to do with who's conquering who and all this and all that, bro. I'm gonna show you where it all comes from.
I didn't say nothing about conquering.
I didn't waiting say for that. This, waiting for it to load.
Okay, yeah, I didn't say nothing about nobody getting conquered. We were just talking about when the debate.
But that's the only way these people could have gone from black to white. That's what I said. That's what I'm saying. Okay, I'm gonna tell you when it happened, but it happened much later. It happened much later. As a matter of fact, it happened much later than what you're saying.
Okay.
Than what you're saying. I'm just trying to get to it real quick.
You good? Take your time.
All right, here it is, right here. Here it is, right here.
As your screen's loading up, let me just make sure I give you the basis of what I'm saying, so you can know what to attack, and we don't get any like straw men or anything. What I'm saying is that the bait and switch had to happen around the period of the Ptolemies, because we see actual people of Germanic tribe stock in 70 AD when they're burning down Judah and capturing people like Josephus and other people that they're white. So I'm pushing it back to maybe the Ptolemies, and if it didn't happen there, then they're the people of Arvis, who the people who live in Israel right now say they're the people of Arvis. They got full lectures about it. But go ahead.
No, I mean, I don't know why you making that big of trying to make that big a leap backwards. There is no bridge that'll take you back that far with that argument. I'm trying to load this up real quick because I'm gonna tell you where that came from, right? It's all political jargon. Yeah, it's all political jargon. It has nothing to do with bloodlines. And this is the problem where I keep trying to teach people this. It has nothing to do with bloodlines. Can you see my screen? You should be able to see it now.
Yeah, the Great Deception.
All right. And it's real simple, bro. It has nothing to do with bloodlines. And watch this. I call it the Great Deception, how Esau became wrong. And when I say Esau, this is what you see, because we started out with these camps be saying what they're doing. They equate Esau with the white man, right? It's being the white man. This is the white man. Esau is the white man. And Esau is not the white man, right? He's not the white man. And I'm going to show you why we know this to be true, right?
Okay.
And it's talk about the Great Deception, how Esau became wrong. Right? Let me see if I get this to go to the next slide. So on my screen right here is Simon or Simeon ben Yohai, right? And so we're going to study two sources, right? It's called Picture History of Jewish Civilization and the Secrets of Rabbi Shimon ben Yohai, right? And but first we have to deal with the latter book. Rabbi Shimon did not write this book. He didn't write this book. It's a commentary on his teachings, right? So he was a 2nd century Tanaitic sage in ancient Israel, right? Which was a branch of Kabbalism, right? To a degree, but more so with a Babylonian influence and a Syrio-Babylonian influence. This Tanaitic sage, right, in ancient Israel in the 2nd century, said to be active after the destruction of the Second Temple in 70 CE, right? This is after Tacitus comes in, sacks Jerusalem, right? This book about writings was written in the 8th century AD. That's very important, right? Tell you where this comes from. Let me get to this. Go down to the next slide. This is where it quotes the secrets of Rabbi Shimon ben Yarah. It says, and when he saw that the kingdom of the sons of Ishmael, or what we call our progenitor or Arabs, or those from those particular lands, would eventually spread throughout the world, Simeon bar Yochai wept and said, Lord of the universe, is it not enough for your sons what the evil kingdom of Edom or Rome did to them, that you must also send the kingdom of Israel against us? The Holy One, he answered, do not fear, son of man, for the Holy One he brings the kingdom only to save from this evil one. And he sets a prophet of his choice over them, and they will come and restore it to the Jews. And there will be a great hatred between them and the children of Esau. They're referring to Rome at this time. Now watch this. Let me go down to the next one. Oh, why is it moving so slow? Okay. So the secrets of Rabbi Shimon ben Yarah, he says it is a Jewish myth of the mid-8th century, which present a Judaic messianic interpretation of the Arab conquest of the early 7th century. The Judaic messianic story, meaning that they did not believe in the Savior of the New Testament. This story was about the first coming of whom they believed might be the Savior that would bring about the end. The 8th century has gone by us, so this itself is not a reliable source. Now we need to understand where the idea of a Edom-Rome connection came about, right? Let me go to the next slide. Why Rome was called Edom, right? Let me load this up. Just bear with me. We're going to get right to it. Right here. Why Rome was called Edom. Right? Why did they refer to Edom as Rome? In Jewish history, the Roman Empire was identified with Edom, specifically the Amalekites. If you ask me, that's who those people are that you see, Netanyahu and all those folks. I believe those are the descendants of the Amalekites. This is me. So Spanish rabbinic leader Rambam, right, and Ezra, French rabbinic leader Rashi, and more use Edom to refer to Rome, the Byzantine Empire, right? So in this next slide is an excerpt from Rabbi Moshe ben Mamyan, who is Rambam, basically, in his book Gate of Redemption in regards to Rambam, right? So Rambam is a Jewish historian, commentator, right? He's a rabbi, right? Yeah. Rambam, that's his, right?
Yeah,
show you what
Miami.
Yep, absolutely. It says, yep, exactly. It says the first gate. He says, this is what he writes: the ships will come from the coast of Kittim, right? Numbers 24 and 24. I have just said that Kittim are Romans. We find Kittim to be one of the children of Javan, the ancestors of the Greek. Now we know that the Javanites is where we get the Ionians from, is where we get the Minoans from. These are the ancestors of the Greeks. Y'all following me? This is the Greek lineage, right? So when you talk about Kittim, this is what they're talking about. It says, so Kittim, however, became the head of the large family, which eventually became the separate nation named for Kittim. So he's the eponymous ancestor for Kittim, right? Thus we have found in the Torah of Moshe or Moses, peace be upon him, a clear promise of the future redemption which is to come upon us. I'm going to get to where we get. This is what he writes. And then in the third gate, he writes this. We who rely on the opinion of our rabbis of blessed memory believe we are presently in exile of Edom or Rome, that we shall have no respite from it until the coming of the Messiah, the first coming of the Messiah, not the true second coming as he had already come before at that point. The Edomites, the nation around Mount Seir, descended from Esau, who was the first to mistakenly follow after the man who claimed that he was the Messiah. They also ascribed Elohimness or godliness to him, right? Watch what he's saying. He came to the land of Italy. Their errors spread to the nearby city of Rome. There, in the days of Constantine, who ruled over Rome, the council, under the authority of the bishop of the city of Rome, determined their belief in him and established it as the religion of the empire, talking about Christianity. This, above all else, the main cause and reason that Rome and Edom are considered as one kingdom, although they are different nations. In spite of that difference, they are related because of their uniformity of belief, which makes them one people in one nation, not by bloodline. Not by bloodline. So what he's telling us is that those who we call Rome, those who we call, or we know who would be the Romans, those that Constantine is of the same bloodline, these people, or what we would call European or white people today, right? That lineage of people, these are not the same bloodline people of the nation of Edom or the Edomites or the lineage of Esau, but it's because they came together when they went into the same lands, occupying the same lands. They were different nations that came into uniformity because of belief, which makes them one people in one nation. And as you go further on, by the time you pick up later on with these camps and they're reading, they're not understanding why in these different translations in the Bible, where it's referring to Esau as Rome, that came later on. That's why you have to be careful when you're reading these translations, and it seems as though as it's talking about Esau from the lineage of the tribes of Edom or Esau, right, or the brother of Jacob. It's not talking about him. They use this to cover up for their disdain for Rome, because Rome was in power. And so in order for them not to heighten Rome's senses and say, hey, look, they're writing heretical things about us, they use the term Esau in place of Rome. And this is what they'll tell you this later on. It says, so even when they call Rome and Edom the same thing, they established a clear distinction between them as races. It was never used to refer to them as the same exact race of people, right? Yeah, that's what in my opinion go wrong, right?
Pretty much how they refer to America as Babylon.
Exactly. And so as you start to go through all of this and understand, it says, I'll just read it, right? Because you can find this. This is the Jewish Encyclopedia. Use of name, right? Use of name, and it's why did they refer to Edom as Rome? The name Edom is used by the Talmudists. It tells you right there in their encyclopedia, in the Jewish Encyclopedia, the use of name. It says the name Edom is used by the Talmudists for the Roman Empire. That's all. It has nothing to do with bloodline connection.
It's important to know that most of this stuff is medieval constructs.
Exactly.
You know,
that's all what this is.
Along with Rambin and all them brothers that you named, you know, there's the book. You got the Book of Joshua, which is a medieval construct. and you got the Chronicles of Jeremiah. All of that stuff happened to pop up around around the medieval era.
Right. And I want to read something down, just a little bit down in here real quick.
With you
Go
saying
ahead.
that though, so where you kind of gave explanation of Esau.
But when did the switch happen though?
That's when the switch happened. I'm telling you, it had nothing to do with lineage. It only had to do with this political jargon that you hear.
No,
that's
but I'm
where
saying
the switch occurred.
You just broke down something in literary. I'm saying that in the year 70, these people are actual Germanic tribes. So when did the Germanic tribes overcome the
Hebrews with darker hues? When did that happen?
Let me explain it to you like this. The Hebrew term, and you can and Yasha can put me in this, right? What is the Hebrew word for German, Yasha? Yasha.
I don't know what the modern Hebrew term is, because I'm quite sure it's something different. But the biblical term, it's one. It's Gomer. It's either Gomer or Ashkenaz.
It's Ashkenaz.
Yeah, Gomer or Ashkenaz or something like that.
Is Ashkenaz. The majority of population of people in the land of Israel today are Ashkenazi Jews.
Yeah, I say Gomer.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I say Gomer because I think, if I'm not mistaken, I could be mistaken, but I think Gomer is the father of Ashkenaz.
Those people are.
We look in the ancient records, right? You look up the Gomer. Mm-hmm. Gomer is the Qumri of the Syrian records, which is the first time the white people was recorded in written history. They were recorded as the Qumri, the sons of Gomer.
The sons of Gomer, and it is from that's where it is, bro. Those people are not connected to the lineage of Esau. So they, like I said, a lot of these camps, when they be talking about, see, there was two nations here. One was Esau. Out of that, they not even understanding what they talking about. They ain't even understanding what they talking about. So when they literally be calling the white man Esau, they don't even know the political jargon. They ain't talking about lineage. They think they talking about lineage.
Yeah,
they ain't talking about lineage. That's why I say.
Guess who else? Guess who else is the Gutian from Gomer? The Sumerians. The Galatians.
Hey, listen, bro.
All of them are
those Gauls. Yep. And see, people don't realize
who Paul was talking about.
And people don't realize it, right? Because if you actually follow the etymology of Galatians, you'll get to what we call the koitai, right? Later on, you'll get the koitai. Why do you get the koitai? Because that's when you see more of the Romans come into that land of Galatia, call themselves Galatia, but they come in and they began to call themselves later on by a different name, the koitai. But these are people who are occupying these lands. The word koitai later on in Latinized in the Latin translations, you get what? The word Celtic.
Okay.
This is and so from those Celtics, this is where you get that whole. This is why they try their best to hold on to this British Israelitism, that they were once Israelites. You see what I'm saying? But
why is it that you can kick this information, right? And I've come in my research. I've come across the exact stuff that you've come across. Why is it that people that are claiming to do research is not coming across this information?
I'm gonna give you three reasons. Number one, the Spirit of the Most High ain't with them. Number two, they liars. That's all it is. It's not misinformation. I used to say they're liars because they're reading the same thing we're reading. So they either got bad, poor reading comprehension, and that's it. And then number one, I'm gonna tell you how I learned to study. Runoko Rashidi taught me how to study.
Yeah, that's a bad man.
I read his works. I never met him in person. But I've gone to one of his lectures. Yeah.
I spoke
yeah, you got a
for
picture
him.
with him. Yeah, you have a picture with him. I learned how to study and follow how he traced lineages. And in this community, stray away from him because of it. They try to call him pseudo and different that. But if you study the way Runoko Rashidi traced lineage, not just through language, but through material, culture, and iconography, you're not gonna miss it.
Well,
You can't miss it.
I get what you're saying biblically. I get what you're saying biblically. My only disconnect is the real life switching. Like
that, I didn't give you anything biblical.
Well, when you was talking
even
about
though the Bible supports it, I didn't give you anything biblical.
Well, you were saying that
this is history.
The reason you were saying that Rome was called Edom, or
yeah,
but they were called that on paper. I'm saying when is the actual
no, but yeah, by the Talmudists. Yeah, by the Talmudists. That's not a Bible.
Okay,
it's commentary. That's commentary.
You can go Morse records. You can go Morse records.
You got 200. You have two sets of Talmudists. You have a Babylonian Talmud, and then you have a Jewish Talmud. This Jewish Talmud that I'm referring to is about 600 CE, which is right around the same advent of Islam, when Islam takes off.
Oh, so Isaiah
600 CE.
Hold on 1 second, bro. So you're saying on the AD side, you're saying
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that didn't happen. Yeah, they weren't never doing that. And so by the time you get to the translations of y'all talking about the Gutenberg Bible being printed 1400, 1400. Then you got the Matthew Bible around 1500. Then you get the King James versions 1609, 1611, 1614. By the time you get to that, this term for Edom, for Rome being called Edomites or Esau has caught on. And these people that are printing these Bibles in the Masoretic text, starting off back then, during this time, what you start to see is them using these terms. But if you don't study and research, you'll be confounded like a lot of these camps, and they'll try to mesh together the biblical lineage of Esau to white Romans or to people or these Amalekites or these Tremerians, like my brother Yasha was talking about. They don't understand the lineage of who these people are. That's why I said they'll tell you when they did this. They tell you when they did this.
If they read the book of Joshua, it said that the Edomites came directly up out of Carthage.
Exactly. They would be good black folks.
See what I'm saying? Y'all going to the book again. Here, I'm saying this. I'm saying how, if you're saying it happened 600 AD, like I'm saying, so how do we get all of these white Roman Jews?
I just told you there's no such thing, brother.
But
that's what I'm telling. That's what I'm telling you. You're saying white Roman Jews. There's no, these white Roman Jews you're referring to were never Jews. They were never Jews.
So Josephus wasn't a Jew.
He wasn't no white Roman Jew.
Well, I'll tell you this: that the Black Sea,
Josephus wasn't no Roman.
The Black Sea that went to Italy and Spain, and if you study the history, you'll see that seed has just mixed itself right off into the Italian population.
That's a fact.
No, but y'all
that's a fact.
Y'all speaking real abstract. I'm saying that we have actual like paintings and busts of the people during that time period.
Those are not the real people, bro. No, you don't. No, you don't. Those paintings and busts that you see were painted in medieval times, brother. 1200 CE. A lot of those busts of Josephus that you see was going around the Middle Ages, bro. That's not
all of them. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not those people, bro. Yeah, that's not those people.
Hear me out. Hear me
Yeah,
out.
that's
All right.
not those people.
We have Mark Antony.
Giving Judea to Cleopatra.
And during that time period, we have written records of their interactions. We have paintings of how they viewed themselves, and they are white. There's no way around that, and that is well before.
But what
600 AD. This is during the time
what
of
about all
Jesus.
those,
Hold on, we
what
trying to
about
stay on
all those
point.
Greek records? What about all those Greek records that says that the Jews were like Ethiopians and Egyptians and all of that?
You small Plutarch? Or you would have to be specific. That's why I speak in.
Well,
Y'all
there's
speaking
several
in.
of them. I don't have them off the top of my head because I wasn't prepared to go down this lane.
Well, I'm
But there's
saying I'm speaking on
several
some.
Greek records that describe the Jews as an African, black, Egyptian, Ethiopian people.
I have. You would have to pull that up. I think you're speaking of Plutarch, and if we
It
look
may
at his
be.
time period, he would be around the time that I said the switch happened. You know what I'm saying? Because I love what y'all doing. I'm learning from y'all as you teach me more about Gomer and all that type of stuff. I'm saying that's cool because now I got it on the poetic literature side. Now I'm saying, hold on. In real life, in the year 0, Judea was already a Roman colony. So we know that the white people were there.
No, bro. No, you're saying that wrong, bro. You're doing it wrong, bro. You're doing it wrong.
How could the switch have happened? If we talk about it, I say it happened in different spots and at different places. Because how could the switch had happened when that had already had happened, like in the 2nd century in Acadia, and you have busts and paintings of white people in this area who we know are Johnny Come Lately people.
Yeah, you speak
Right.
you speak in such general terms that it's no response. Like you have to. I'm putting real names on things. I'm saying real
You
people.
see,
I
what you
brought
keep.
up.
I think I did put real names on.
Hold on, bro. What do you mean? What do you mean, real names and real people? Everybody we talked about was a real person.
Keep saying
So,
they
like,
whitewash.
you keep
He's
saying,
saying I brought up a particular family. I brought up the Herodians first, and like we got them going back to like 70 BC. I think that's when the father comes in. I talked about them. That's so we know that family is of Roman stock.
no,
Because
no,
let me finish. They intermarried. The Herodians intermarried with the Tactices. The Tactices.
No, they didn't. No, they did not. No, they did not. No, they did not.
Oh, we need
No,
to
they did
continue
not.
this. We need to continue this
They
conversation.
intermarried. I said it earlier. I said it earlier. They married into the Hasmonean dynasty.
You talking about the Caesars? I'm talking about Tactus.
No, listen, no, bro. Listen to what I'm telling you, brother. Listen to what I'm telling you. Why the Herodians weren't white people, right?
We have their body and their bust, bro. We can't do the
bro. No, you don't have no. Listen, bro. You don't have no. Listen. Stop saying you have a bust of these people. Bro, stop saying you have a bust of these people. You do not have a bust of these people as they look like from the time that was made contemporary of them during that time. Those things were only made in the medieval times, like circa the 12th century AD.
Hey,
you do not.
They say the bust of Nefertiti, everybody bragging about, is fake.
The bust of Nefertiti is fake. If you look at her picture on the in ancient Kemet, she got an afro and dark skin. If you look at the bust of the Nefertiti that they show you today, that's the whole white woman, and they tell you who she was. She was the wife. She was the wife of the Egyptologist that first went in there. She was the sketch artist and sketched herself with the African crown on her head. They know bro.
This is breaking news.
That's not breaking news, bro.
If the Herodian family is black, that's breaking news. You are deep minority.
You keep saying, listen, bro. You keep saying, bro. Hold on, bro.
But that stuff was.
Hold on, bro.
This old news.
He's saying the Herodians were black.
No, he ain't. No, he ain't. No, I did not. Hold on.
When it came out, that was breaking news. It was breaking news, but that's old information, man. It was
hold on. Yeah, it is really old information. But first of all, I said they were black. I never said that. You didn't listen to anything that I said. Maybe you missed it. I told you how the Herodian dynasty came to power, who their lineage was. They were a mix of Assyrians and Israelites.
That's
during 70. Hold on. During circa 735 BCE, when the Assyrian Empire came and seized the city of Samaria in Jerusalem, the capital city of Israel at the time, I should say, the capital city of Israel, which was Samaria. In Samaria, those Assyrians deported the men, raped the women. Their offspring of those women who were taken into captivity, those Israelite women who were taken into captivity by the Assyrians, that offspring became what we know today as the Samaritans. Those Samaritans is the lineage of who the Herodians come from, not Esau. Right?
Yeah, I'm not saying Esau at all.
I'm telling you that, but I'm just telling you, these people are they're not, I wouldn't consider them black, and I wouldn't consider them to be white either. These weren't white people, because those Assyrians, the hell for sure weren't white. We know that, right? So when those two groups mix together, this is how we got Samaritans. It is out of that stock that the Herodians came to power in Judea, right? After the Maccabean revolt, they rose to power. They came to power in Judea. They got to the throne, and they solidified their power in Judea by marrying into the Hasmonean dynasty, which was considered the pure blood dynasty of Israel at that time. They married into that to legitimize themselves as to be rulers and to be able to bring in their own priesthood. This is what occurred. That is not biblical. It's the Bible, but that is not biblical information I'm talking to you about. I'm talking to you about what we know in extant information. Notice through Josephus. We know they talk about this in the Jewish-Roman wars. We know about this history. So this is not something that's we're gleaning out of the Bible.
No, I got you 100%.
This is substantiated in history. So I'm not saying they're black, and I'm not saying they're white. I'm saying these are mixed people that come to power. Now, if you want to talk about phenotype and what they look like and all of this and all of that, that's a different conversation, right? I keep telling people you can't determine race based on phenotypes. If just because folks got a much fairer skin than one group of another doesn't mean you can determine which one is ethnic, is black or white, as we do, in this false social construct we argue about all the time. You can't determine these people that way.
I'll tell you, you can't go by historical record and historical accounts. And that's why I said I read a lot of the Moorish and Muslim records from Africa, Ibn Battuta and El Jahiz and all of those guys. A lot of them guys will let you know exactly who Esau is. The Fulani of Northwest Africa to this day claim their descent from Canaan, Israel, and Esau.
Okay.
Well, I think this.
When I was looking through the bust, they were different looking. I actually found one where Herod looked black. You know what I'm saying? Like straight up, he had like a beard.
I'm
like
sure
mine.
he had some color.
He had a beard like mine. He had
I'm saying that the Muslim records say that the Edomites are black people in Africa. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm talking about the historical record, and we was talking about the bust because there's so many busts of them. One of them, he got a big Jewish nose, but there is one where he looks like a brother. I wish I could share my screen and
which indicate a switch.
Yeah, that's what this whole conversation was. I was asking, when did it take place? Because I know for certain it took place because Herod had sons, and his sons had sons. And I know who they intermarried with. And that's why I brought up the Tactices. You start to see them in people's letters. You know what I'm saying? They start showing up in
But
the
y'all keep,
letters.
Yeah, but you keep saying a switch. There's no switch. What it is that this is why the Herodians married into the Hasmonean. Yeah, they're married into the Hasmonean dynasty to assert their Jewish authority. And as they continue, so when Herod dies, his sons, right? One of them he killed. He had murdered. It was the son of the offspring of the Hasmonean of his wife of the Hasmoneans. He had her killed. He had the son killed, and then his offspring that he had prior to came to power and rose to power. And in Augustus Caesar didn't even recognize him, relegated him as a governor, didn't even allow him to precede his father to the throne in Judea. And so as you continue on, these people began to marry. Their offspring began to marry into other dynasties. So I wouldn't argue if you married into some form of, you have some lineage of his that was connected to Vespasian or Tacitus. But what you won't see, and I often tell people, what you won't see is these large amounts of Israelites or Jews being married in these two power dynasties. You don't see that because that's what they tried to get rid of.
This is why
they tried to get rid of that.
This is why I keep pointing at Arabic history. You know what I'm saying? What in Hebrew, that interbreeding, that intermarrying, we call that Arab, right? The word Arab in Hebrew means to mix. When you're talking about this mixed breeding and this mixing of different lands, we call those people Arab. Like say when they was in Egypt, when they were coming up out of Egypt, where they talk about the mixed multitude. In Hebrew, they were called the Arab, which means the many Arabs, the many mixed people, the many people who mixed themselves together. You know, anytime what we call half-breed today, in ancient times that was called an Arab, and it wasn't always almost less time than any time. It wasn't white and black. It was usually something like Ethiopian and Egyptian, Canaanite and Israelite, Ishmaelite and Gargashite. You know what I'm saying? That type of thing.
I get it.
I think that was a good build, but yeah, I just wanted to bring up that we do have the Jewish wars, and they go all the way up until Constantine, and we know these characters, and they're always white. So I was just wondering, when did they switch? Because a lot of my Hebrew brothers really, they say it happened around after Muhammad is alive. They take that's the opposite of conservative. That's a leap that I don't know if the historical record could support. I love to hear the conversations. I respect the conversations,
but I'm not sure if the historical record is ready to support that.
What I would want you to do is not make a hasty generalization.
I don't know what you mean by that.
I'm talking about when it comes to Israelites, because me and this brother here is evidence that all Israelites don't even think or even preach the same. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know,
what don't you get, Yarah? Right. What don't you get, Yarah?
Well, why you keep saying the historical record doesn't support that? I'm thoroughly confused by that, because
we have their interactions. I mean,
like
I have
let's
like, just because people are interacting, just because they're interacting, bro, doesn't mean they are one and the same.
I'm saying,
it's just not what we know.
We have their background. We know who they married. It'll be like you trying to say like Mark Antony. It's like when people try to say Cleopatra's black, and I have to show them that, hold on, bro, we know who her parents are. Like, you know what I'm saying? like we know who her kids were and who they went on to marry. She was not black. You know what I'm saying? Especially the famous one, Cleopatra the Fourth.
But
So
I went through all these things, and then I started in the middle, which was probably confusing because I started with, like I said, with the actual Rome, but I should have went before because it had been whitewashed since the Ptolemies. The Ptolemies had control of that land too, and
Well,
put people in. Hold on, I mean,
I tell
hold
you
on, bro.
what,
Hold on,
both
don't.
John
Hold on, fam.
officers,
I know,
both
but you be
John
throwing my
Henry
thought
Clark and
process
Dr.
off.
Benny.
You're throwing my
All
thought
right.
process off, and then we got people actually listening to us. So I want them to be able
Yeah.
to like follow like my logic. You know what I'm saying? I can't just respond when I'm done. I don't, please, because I ain't gonna cut you off. So like I said, I
yeah,
have white people or
y'all
people.
go ahead, girl. Y'all good.
I'm not gonna say Germanic tribe. I mean, I'm not gonna say white. I'm gonna say people of a Germanic tribe. So people can't try to use my words against me. And I'm gonna say I have them as early as the Ptolemies. In the Ptolemies period, Canaan, Judea, whatever you want to call it, Palestine, it's already being ruled by these people. We got them there for quite a while until the Persians come. We got the Persians being kicked out by Alexander. I'm sorry, by the Rome, when Rome comes in and takes over from Persia. So we have that period all the way up into the Ottoman Empire that Rome ran that area. They went through multiple wars in Jerusalem. They raided that place, seized that place hundreds of times from the year 70 AD all the way up until the Ottoman Empire takes up and it becomes Islam. So, and during that time period, there is zero history of black people being in charge or even being like, I mean, we were
I
still
mean,
inhabiting. Don't hold on. I'm about to land my plane. That's why I said when I'm done, you're gonna or take notes if you don't want to forget
It's
something.
all right, baby.
So
It's all right. We ain't gonna die.
yeah, I got you. So I'm saying I have a direct lineage from Rome up to the Ottoman Empire, where these are Germanic tribes of people. These is not black people at all. Now my study shows that pre-Ptolemy,
I can have some black people in there, but everything after that,
the historical record does not support. I don't care if you bring up literature. I don't care if you bring up somebody mistranslating a word. I'm talking about real life people that we can go by name by name by name. I can show you their graves. Herod the Great's grave. They did DNA on them. It's a lot. So I'm saying, respond to that, please.
Okay.
And my phone is about to die again, so I'm gonna come in backstage on my other phone. So look
I
at
want to
that.
ask you a question real quick though before you dip.
No, I'm
Have you
not
ever
dipping.
read? Have you ever read John Henry Clark's? And I haven't. This is why I'm asking you. I do know that they are proponents of the Cleopatra was black thing. And I wanted to ask you back then because you said something to make me think this. But have you ever read John Henry Clark's and Dr. Ben's arguments or heard them about the black Cleopatra?
yes, I have, and
I disagreed. I'm not gonna call them pseudo, but I don't think they had enough information. We got better information now.
Yeah. Okay.
yeah. So
Yeah, I
let
haven't
me
heard of
respond.
yeah. A lot of
Yeah, let me
people.
respond to
A
what.
lot of people please
Go
do
ahead.
that.
Sorry. Yeah, they do. They do. They do. No doubt they do.
No, I just said a lot of people praise them guys real big. You know what I'm saying?
I got
And
you,
I
bro.
haven't heard their argument. So, and I'm like, wow, you coming with some good information. But to me, I don't see how Cleopatra could have been black. But and I just study history, and I haven't heard their arguments. I wonder, was the argument any good at all for people to run around to this day, years and years later, to still keep pushing that forward?
I think because they don't know the history of it. They think 0 BC or 0, the beginning. It's hard to even say that. Let's say 1 AD. They think 1 AD Middle East was like Arabia and black, but it wasn't. These is colonies. They got full senates and they got schools and it's a lot going on. They have been running this area since Plato and Aristotle and Socrates.
I
They've been
mean, but
going back and forth.
even if Arabia was black, the Ptolemies were white, right?
I'm not saying Arabia was black. I'm not sure
I
why
just said,
you.
I mean, but the Ptolemies, they were a white people, weren't? And she's supposed to be a descendant of them, ain't she?
Yes, I mean, that's her family. That's her name.
Yeah. So I don't see
who's her. Yeah, are y'all talking about Cleopatra?
Yeah.
She was a Ptolemy through marriage.
Talking about Cleopatra.
What's the matter, man? Not through birth.
Okay, if you're going to speak on it, like which one you talking about? Because we're talking about the famous one, which is the fourth, and we know her dad and her mom.
Okay.
Yeah, the fourth. She was the only Ptolemy. She was the only Ptolemy. What you talking about? Which one we talking about?
I'm not sure what you mean.
So
she was the only Ptolemy.
Wow.
That's no. So I mean, you would have to. That's why I said history doesn't support that.
Cleopatra Ptolemy. She was the only Cleopatra. She was the only Cleopatra. What are you talking about?
It was four.
She's the only Cleopatra Ptolemy. Right, the fourth one. When you say Cleopatra Ptolemy, that's her. What you talking about? The other Cleopatra just had the same name. You're talking about Cleopatra Ptolemy.
Yeah, her mom was named Cleopatra too, and one of her sisters. They were
but they weren't Ptolemies.
How could her mom not be a Ptolemy? Like let's
because she was married into the Ptolemies.
He
was married.
He married his sister. Like what are we saying right now? That's why we talking about. He met.
No. You got that wrong, bro. You got it mixed up.
Hold on.
You got it mixed up.
I'm about to plug my other phone and pull this up.
Yeah, you got it mixed up. I know Cleopatra married her brother. Listen, I know she married her brother in Egypt. But the Ptolemy, right, is her maiden name when she married into the Roman last name by the name of Ptolemy. Her brother's last name wasn't Ptolemy, and her mother's last name wasn't Ptolemy. Now you got that mixed up, is what I'm saying.
Nah. I'm pulling up the facts because I want to be able to speak to you with authority. You know how I get to talking, so I want to be able to speak with authority. So I'm looking it up. So so the Cleopatra that I'm referring to is the daughter of Eleutis, Ptolemy the seventh Eleutis, and her mother name was Cleopatra Tiffany. All right, so that's her. Now let's look into their parents, so we can keep going back and show you who's who. Her father, I just said his name. Where'd it go? All right, her father was another Ptolemy. Yeah. So let's look at her mother, Cleopatra. Her father was Ptolemy the sixth, and her mother was Cleopatra the fourth, or Bernice. They all got the Cleopatra name. That's what I'm trying to tell you. When you say it's just one, that's been big and accurate. And also,
no, I didn't say it was just one. I said they weren't all Ptolemies.
But she's a Ptolemy too. Her mother was married to her. Goodness gracious, I can't speak. Her mother's grandfather was a Ptolemy.
So Bernice was a Ptolemy.
They were intermarrying. Yes.
Yeah, I understand that. So when you talk about, when we talk about the Cleopatra that's dealing with Mark Antony.
Yeah, but I'm saying like that's like the sixth Cleopatra, and when you go back, they're all intermarried. All their grandfathers.
I know they practiced that in Egypt. Yeah, I know they practiced that is because they were Egyptian. That's why they were practicing that.
No, they did that in Greece too. So let's stay historical. So right now,
wait a minute. You said when they did that because they got that from the Egyptians, brother.
I'm saying I don't know that to be true. I'm saying even like
I'm telling you, it is to be true. We know that's what they were doing.
You throwing shots.
So I mean, but that's a fact, though. We know that that's what they were doing. So,
they was doing what Noah. They was doing what Noah and them was doing. They was doing what Adam.
Hold on. What did Noah do?
Have all his kids marrying their cousins, and I don't even want to get on that because that's when I get divisive.
Yeah, that's another conversation. But you're wrong on that. You're wrong on that.
Okay, but let's keep it moving.
Well, let me see. Let me see. Let me see. You might have. Let me see. I'm gonna see if you corrected me, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Let me look at this, because it's my understanding that these hold on. I got to do something real quick. But you can go ahead. It's Cleopatra Ptolemy.
Nah, go ahead. I'll let you look that up. I was talking to my coworker here.
Okay. Okay. So okay. When I'm looking all right, yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, hold on a second. Let me see what I got right here, right? Because I believe what my brother, where he is right here, Kung Fu Hebrew, he said it was Macedonian, and I believe he is correct with that. But I want to pull that up real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, he's gonna pull it up. One of the easy ways you can go to their book of lineage. It's one of the writers, dope guy with a PhD, got some book about it. That's kind of my cheat sheet. But the easiest way to do it online is just to go to Wiki. You can go to Wiki and then click on her father, and you'll see, damn, his parents is Ptolemies. Click on her mother, damn, her parents, it's the same people. You'll be like, hold on. So they did it for like at least 7 generations. You know what I'm saying? Like 7 generations. And for me to be accurate, because I know you be having scholars on here, sometimes they married multiple people. So sometimes she would marry her brother, and her brother may die, and she'll get a new husband, have more kids. So not all the kids would be what's the word? Inbred. Some of the kids were outside of that. If that
True.
makes sense. So I don't want to speak in absolutes, but as far as they kept their lineage clean, like in the bad sense of the word, they was just going brother and sister. You know what I'm saying? They didn't want to bring that bloodline back to the throne, to people who they usurped. And they didn't respect them because they got the Persians out of there. They respected Kemet. They changed their names. They went and got black people wigs and black people beards trying to look like us, changed their names. That's why I don't like it when y'all use the word Hellenized, because I feel like they got Egyptianized. They you know what I'm saying? It wasn't, they brought
I don't
Jupiter.
see no difference.
Jupiter became, well,
I
one
agree
give
with
one.
you. You
Yeah,
support all my arguments with that. I don't see no difference between being
it,
Hellenized and being Egyptianized. I don't see any
yeah,
difference, to be honest
it's a
with you.
big one. It's a
But
big
yeah,
one.
let's go
You
to.
got like Jupiter, amen. You got like Zeus, amen. You got Serapis. We're changing their gods. They're not changing our gods. They're changing their names. We're not changing our names. You
I
know what I'm
agree with
saying?
that. Y'all definitely cultural appropriate. I definitely agree with that. Y'all cultural appropriators. They're cultural appropriators. I agree with that. They were changing the
Yeah,
names, but these are the same deities. They held
yeah,
to
and
the
that's
same pantheons. Okay, so let's
and
do this.
yeah, and then y'all be like, "Where's the transmission?" And I'll be like, "Man, what is you? You got some good weed, because what you mean? Where's the
But the, but
transmission?"
but see that's what you're doing again. It has nothing to do with first century Christianity or the
Well, we're
first
not.
century movement of Yeshua. These Israelites, there's no transmission at that point.
Well, we was
That's
talking
that
about
has that you can't get around that argument.
we was talking about the transmission
Like
during
none of that
the.
filters. I'm just saying none of that
What
filters into.
we're talking about the transmission that took place during the creation of the
What, doing
Septuagint.
Catholicism?
No, Septuagint. That's well before Catholicism. This is still your boys. This the Hebrews.
No, no, no,
The Septuagint.
no. This is what I'm saying.
The
You still
Sept.
wrong. You still
How?
wrong. You don't see any. Yeah, you're still wrong with that, brother. You're still wrong with that, though, because there is no transmission of any Egyptian ritual or practice or influence in the Septuagint. It does not
That is
exist. Because the Septuagint is only, hold on, the Septuagint, no, bro, the Septuagint is only the Greek translation of the Hebrew. And it tells you as soon as you crack open the Septuagint, this is a translation of the Hebrew Bible. That's what it tells you.
Okay. You're not
I don't understand why people be arguing that, bro.
Because that's when you start to find direct plagiarism sometimes. We talked about that. We've had whole talks about that. That's when you'll find Proverbs. That's when you'll find some of Psalms. That's when you'll find some of Job.
There is no plagiarism.
You find
just because you had to talk about it don't mean it's true. Hey, bro,
well,
can I tell you, bro? Can I tell you, bro? There is no plagiarism in Proverbs chapters 21 through 24. Hey, bro, do that to yourself. There's no plagiarism between Proverbs 21, chapters 21 through 24, and the sayings, and the admonitions of a men of hope. You're not gonna find it. It does not exist, bro. It's all made up. I can show you outside of the Bible when that occurred. It's easy. I get it a lot to run with because they've been heard it repeated to them so many times, and then people write books on it, but they're just regurgitating bad information. No, you have not seen it. You have not seen it, bro. That's false. You have not seen it. You have not.
I'm gonna pull it up on my other phone.
You know what you've seen? You've seen the letter of men of hope, and you read. No, we're gonna do it on another. We can do it on another show.
Yeah, I've seen it on the same screen.
Because I got it. We can walk the road together.
I got you. I'm willing to do that. That's why
listen, bro. You have not seen it, bro. I'm telling you, don't do that to yourself.
Hey, if you right,
do that to yourself. You bring yours, and we're gonna bring mine.
Yeah, it's Andrew the student. All I do is learn.
Gonna show you. Because, like I said, and you're probably right. Although I think we're. Oh man, hey, look, bro, I ain't bring you on here to be like you got to be learning from me, but I'm just saying I learn from everybody. I can learn from you too. Like that's what I said. So like we're talking about yeah, okay. So you were correct when it comes to Cleopatra. She was the daughter of King Ptolemy the 12th, Elitis. Right. But as I was saying, she did marry into the Ptolemies, but she was a descendant of the Ptolemies. So they were interbreeding, which I know that they were actually practicing that in ancient Kemet. I know that's where they got that practice from.
Don't do that. That's not true.
From. I do know that.
That's not 100% true.
Man,
I can add context to it.
Man, no, it's not 100% true. It's 1,000% true. It's 1,000% true.
All right. Let's real quick.
They wanted
for the people.
They wanted to. They believed that they were the bloodline of the gods, and they did not want to taint that by anyone else.
All right, hear me out. That practice was stopped.
We know Akhenaten was interbred.
I was gonna say
interbreeding.
It stopped around the 18th century. 18th dynasty. I'm sorry, the 18th dynasty is stopped, and also the Ptolemies got that from the gods. They were doing that to be like Isis and Asar. They weren't doing that to be like Ramses and whoever his girl was. Nefertiti.
What did they
were following the gods.
But where did that come from? But what did that come from?
It came from the gods. They misinterpreted that. They didn't realize that this was principles. They was thinking. Did not
the pharaohs? Man, stop. The pharaohs wasn't on that. This is just principles. Those pharaohs, those Nusuts in ancient Kemet, believe that they were the personification and they were actual deities. They believe that, bro.
Yeah, but that's common.
You ain't getting away with that over here, bro. No,
I'm saying there's nothing wrong with that. That's not common. I mean, Man, okay.
Yeah, there is something wrong with that when you're not. There is something wrong with that when you're not God.
I'm saying in history that's common. I'm not saying we should practice that now. I mean, and they do practice that now. Who you think the Pope is? I mean, this whole conversation was
I know
started off
that.
that.
I know you ain't saying that. I know you're not saying that.
Yeah,
I know you're not saying it.
Yeah. So that's I'm saying, but I just didn't want you to put it out there like, oh, that was all they were doing. They were married.
The Pope believes that he. But see, this way though, I didn't get into all that with you, bro. But that's part of my point proof. The Pope actually takes that oath and that belief that he is actually the actual God, the victor of Rome. That's what they're referring to. The sun god, the victor of Rome. That's what he believes. That's what they believe. He has all power.
Soul Invictus.
He has all power, bro. Yeah, the soul Invictus. They do believe that. He takes that oath that he, just like the pharaohs did, that they that they were born of the rays of the sun.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what they believe.
Okay,
man,
well, hear me out.
Man, listen, bro. Judaism doesn't teach that, and Christianity don't teach that, bro. That's what I'm saying. That's why there's no that's why I'm arguing about. You don't see any of that transmission of those ritual cult practices coming over. But that stuff came through Catholicism, Roman Catholicism to be exact.
Nah, it was regular Catholicism, and
this
Catholicism.
Is why they have those. And if you go visit the Vatican, if you go visit the Vatican, they have those obelisks right in the center court.
Because they know who y'all took y'all stuff from. And hold on, I can't let you do that. Bro, the people you believe in the Bible.
Jews weren't practicing that. I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Christian.
In Jesus?
Jews weren't.
You believe in Jesus?
That you don't see. Listen, bro. You don't see no Jews. I believe he's a historical figure. I don't believe that.
You believe he was crucified and resurrected?
I don't believe he was God.
I've heard you say you believe he was.
I don't believe he was. What you heard me say was that I don't deal with the dog. Now, I do believe he was martyred. Now, you argue whether or not he was crucified and raised from the dead. That's a different argument, because now we see and believe that the eyewitnesses saw him die, being buried, and resurrected. It doesn't take me the ritual sense or a gnosis to understand and that I can say, yeah, I can believe the eyewitness account of a martyr, buried, and seen after he's buried, placed in the tomb, right? If people want to say rose again from the dead or got up dead, I can say that I would. This is a account that I have any reason. This is their eyewitness account. Was crucified. He died by other eyewitnesses. Connotation for me to put that. It's just that O.J. Simpson killed Nicole Brown Simpson.
Hey,
some believe,
I got
some don't. They don't take. They ain't got nothing to do with spiritual enlightenment.
So how do you describe Melchizedek from the Jews? How would you? Let's go ahead and go down this rabbit hole. I'll let you kind of hang yourself a little bit. Let's see how you. I want to see how you get out of this. I don't believe he was a Jew.
I doubt it.
Man.
There's nothing to get out. He wasn't a Jew. He wasn't a Jew.
Says who? Like, why would Abraham pay tithes to him? Like, what do we? Like,
you don't show me in the Bible where it says he was a Jew. He just called him the King of Righteousness, the King of Peace. It says he was a Jew. Well, it tells us that he was a priest of Canaan in the land of Canaan. In the land of Canaan.
Bro, he was
now
king of
know
Jerusalem.
That
king of Jerusalem.
Were many tribes in Canaan, right?
They call him king of Jerusalem.
There were many tribes in Canaan. There were a lot of tribes in Canaan. Some sources equate him to being Shem, one of the sons of Noah. How can they make that connection? Because we know that there is a period of time where Abraham is living or is contemporary with time, that he's contemporary with Noah in some sources. So, that's not a stretch to say could have met him as the king of Salem. On the term Jerusalem or Jerusalem, as some like to say, or Jerusalem, right? Some like to say this as well. We know Jerusalem, actually a city that was held by a tribe called the Jebusites, right? We know later on, centuries later, after its founding, King David comes in and conquers the city of Jebus, or the city of Jebus, right? And then it's become to be known as Jerusalem or David, or some even say that he even renamed it Tanis, which is as we see in ancient Jerusalem, but it actually is an understanding of Zoan or Zion.
Okay, but hear me out.
So there's a lot of connection to that we can go with. So now, whichever one of those paths you to take you to, I can do that.
Okay, we can look through some. I wanted you to respond to him being a priest and a king in Jerusalem. And they even called Jesus Christ is called the high priest forever in the order of Melchizedek. They say he has no beginning, he has no end. This is in Hebrew. Like, bro, if he was not being deified right before your eyes, then we need to have a second show sometime.
That's an idiom, bro. That's not talking about his lineage. It's only talking about his spirits. It's not talking about a lineage, bro. Listen, bro. First of all, this is why. If he's contemporary with Abraham, as you just said, or you quoted, right? I quote the scriptures about Abraham. Right? There were no Israelites. You understand? Abraham was not an Israelite.
Keep going.
It wasn't in Jacob, or AKA Israel of Abraham. So Abraham wasn't an Israelite. His son Isaac wasn't an Israelite. Actually, his son and his grandson Jacob was not an Israelite. It's this AKA Israel who are considered to be Israelites.
I'm not. You're breaking up on my end. I'm not sure if that's for the viewers too, but you're breaking up on my end.
But the reason why Paul puts that in Hebrews to show that Yeshua's action did not have to go through the priesthood, because that was the argument that was being made. So Emma. It's talked about Melchizedek in that nature. It's simply because, which was only an office, it wasn't a real name, it's just a title. The only reason why he talked about that is to show that Yeshua didn't come through what Paul considered a corrupted priesthood at the time.
All right.
which was
Can you let me on the other one? I'm in backstage.
Which he considered, the Levitical one of possible corruption in the Gentiles. So Paul had find. Okay, hold on. Uh-oh. There we go. Hold on 1 second. I don't know why I cannot see my screen. Hold on 1 second. I hear you in the back, bro, but I can't see why I can't see my screen right now.
Probably went to sleep on you.
No. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Hold on. Ah, now I'm back. Can you hear me? Testing. 1, 2.
Yep.
There you go, bro. You should be back.
Well, nah. I need the one that got
Okay,
my
you should be
face
good
on it. Right now, you got
Oh,
the
okay.
end.
I'll see that.
I need the other one because I'm about to
Hold on.
charge that phone.
There you go. Yeah, here it come. I got you.
I think it's trying. It said it was moving around, but it still got me backstage for the other one.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It kind of just gave me the little spinning wheel thing. It's probably because I need to leave from the other one first.
Let me do it again. I see. Hold on.
He kicked himself off. Yeah, I hope y'all enjoying the show though, man. It's a good show. Some good topics. Damn, there 5 hours of knowledge for you. You know what I mean? This is gonna help somebody get through their work day. Somebody gonna be at work and just throw their earphones in. You're gonna look up and it's lunchtime. You know what I mean? And you're gonna see how I stand on facts and how my facts make people scattered. You know, I'm gonna get a couple shots off before you come back. Yeah, my facts make people scattered. They get to bringing up literary and poetic differences, but they can't talk about them facts and what's going on in the real world during that time period. You know what I mean? And that's where I like to have my battles, where facts are important. We can always go back to the original source. So it's like we have the same measurements. It gives us a place where we can actually go back and forth and fight with the same standard facts. Now, you can interpret them facts different ways, and I think that's where some of our best arguments happens. But today you have heard about the superiority of Catholicism and Christianity. The Protestants are going to tell you everything was inspired and don't ask questions. You don't understand God. They're gonna come at you like that. The Catholics are going to tell you, nah, we found this and we didn't even know what it said at first. We had to get it translated and we put it back to this date. They're going to go in detail. They're going to tell you, we don't even know who really wrote this one, but we're going to subscribe it to John because this and this and this. They're going to give you reason. You know what I mean? So you got to give them props. Damn, everybody done got kicked off now. So we dolo. There you go.
All right. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. My other one's still
man.
backstage, but I can hear you on this one.
Okay.
I was taking shots at you.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Let me Yeah, I got difficult. I'm trying to let that other one jump in first.
When I was telling everybody we had a good build today, it's like a 5-hour build. It's gonna help somebody get through their work day. They're gonna look up and it's lunchtime. You know what I'm saying? And they're gonna be able to sit there and look back. They're gonna be able to look back and Google some of the stuff we said. They're gonna be like, "Damn, so Cleopatra's mom was also her auntie? Like what? Her dad was also her uncle. You know what I mean? It gets deep. You're gonna really get to see what's going on, and that's why I was telling y'all she ain't black. And
so she ain't black.
Yeah, she is not black. She's super white.
I think I see you, bro. Hold on.
And I used to get mad when I heard like our elders. I think not Diop. Diop didn't do that, but Henry Clark, which is one of my favorites, he helped me on my way. I felt like he was wrong on that. Dr. Ben talked about that. I felt like he was wrong. That's what Garfield kind of go. He called him pseudo because of that. And I don't put that on pseudo. I look at it like maybe we have better sources. You know what I mean? I can click a button and go back like 7 generations of their family. He didn't have that luxury. So I feel like it's not fair to do the elders like that.
Yeah, I understand. I kind of agree with that. But yeah, this is what that's one of the things that but that's one of the things that I wanted to address, man. It's like I do agree with you though that there are quite a bit of syncretisms in certain aspects. I do see that and you know what? I want to show something too. Let me see if I can do it, because if I could do this on here, man, y'all gonna be in trouble. It says stream info. No, that ain't the one I want. I'm gonna try to figure this how I can do this. Hold on.
Yeah. So I think we need to give our elders a pass when it comes to certain things they might have got wrong, scholarship wise. We have a gigantic luxury. Um, Not to mention, a lot of their studies took place during Jim Crow. Like, you know what I mean? You can't even go outside and do what you want to do. They couldn't even really go to the right schools. You know what I mean? It was a lot going on. So they shouldn't do that. Like, let's give it some context.
Yeah, I understand that. No doubt. Definitely give us some context. I'm trying to get back into this thing, man. This thing is tripping.
Well, you got like an old PowerPoint?
Yeah, man. I got a PowerPoint, man, that I want to hear you go. Oh, you're in trouble now.
Come on, bro. It's the student, fam. I learned. I've been learning. And I'm going to be so much better after this conversation. That's the issue. Like, I'm already good, but every conversation is going to make me better. So that's why they should fear the student. You know what I mean?
Yep. Okay. I should be here. Y'all should hear me now. Let me remove. Can I be heard? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. All right, now this is what I wanted to show. I wanted to see, and since I let you take you some time to take some shots, this is the No Friend Zone podcast, man. But let's I have to remove myself. Let me take some shots here.
Let's go.
Let me turn it down. I'll turn it down. Hold on. Okay.
close this at the top of the hour. Let's make it fun real quick. So let me show you something here. Hopefully it pulls up real quick. Let's go out. Let's tap on that.
Yeah. But I think the people had a good show today. They're gonna be able to look back and Google a lot of the facts that we talked about, and they're gonna be like, "Yo, Drew was shooting. Did you see Drew? Drew was bow." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no doubt.
Especially if they're a Protestant. I think you kind of got it easy. I'll let you have it easy, even though you got a Protestant Bible. You be you know what I mean? I'll let you skate on that.
You let me have it easy.
Like, especially like y'all missing 6 books.
Yeah, you just gonna be harping on them 6 books, man.
That's a big deal.
I think that I mean, I really don't. When you look at those 6 books, I don't think it takes either. I don't think it neither adds nor take away from the actual premise or doctrine of the book. I don't think it does.
It takes away it takes away some of Mary's importance. It takes away
see there you go. You finally said it. See, this veneration of Mary, right? All of that is Asherah worship. All of that is Isis worship. All of that is Semiramis' worship. All of that is worship of the Queen of Heaven. All of that stuff has been infused into the worship and the veneration of Mary, which is why that is the clear distinction between the first Israelite movement as well as the Christian movement that began after the death of Yeshua. So again, there's no veneration of worship of Mary in either one of those movements. There's no veneration of Mary even in the Old Testament or the New Testament. I know I've heard some people try to make this argument. Egypt talks about that was Mary. I've heard Jabari and Chris Harris make this horrible argument. See the 2 Marys, them MERIs, right? There's 2 Marys there at the tomb of Osiris. Well, that just simply means beloved.
That's right? What it means in Kemet. It means that in Kemet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what it means in Kemet. It just simply means beloved. He's not even talking about an actual person. Mary or Miriam in the Bible is talking about the mother of Jesus, talking about an actual person, but it's only being used as an adjective in the Egyptian connotations. And guess what? It's not only relegated to a male, it's also relegated to females. It's also relegated to males. There were males being called Marys.
Well, it would be a statement. Like I would say, Hotep Mariaman. So like peace and love to the God of Amun.
It's not a statement. That it's a what being used as a pronoun at times or whatever. Just saying, this is or Mary or as an adjective or the beloved. It's not used in the same connotation in the biblical narrative, right? It's just fallacious when they do that. They burn me when they do that. But I got something for you, real funny. I'm just trying to pull it up real quick.
Well, yeah, I got you. You take your time. But that's what we spoke about earlier.
Yeah.
When we do the Christianity versus Kemet fight, there's always a handicap because we let y'all take yourselves out of Catholicism. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, but you keep saying out of Catholicism. Judaism is antithetical. The early 1st century Christian movement is antithetical to Catholicism.
Well,
Catholicism took nothing out of the Kemetic teachings. As far as removing anything, it's still the same.
You saying wait a minute? You're saying Catholicism did what now? They didn't take it out.
Catholicism, no, they didn't. It's the same. It's the same as Kemetic teaching. It's the
Oh, well,
same.
that's what I'm saying. But see,
Yeah, but that's not. But see, that's what I'm saying. But when you say we allowed y'all to take, no, it was part of it.
Well, no, you personally are able to pull that off because you are Hebrew. But then you throw in, I'm a Hebrew that also believe in the New Testament.
Well,
If you was
most Christians are wrong.
well, if you was just if you was just a Jew, then I would have to leave you alone. You know what I mean? I would attack you with the Ptolemies and the Septuagint. I would attack you a whole different way if I was doing KMT versus Judaism. But
you probably would even lose worse against a Jew because they didn't believe in Yeshua at all.
Nah,
most of them.
I would get them. I would get them with their own
Most
writings.
of them.
I would get them with archaeology. It'll be a whole issue. I don't want to give none of my good points away because you study good. You've been known to try to debunk some of my stuff. So I'm gonna save them bullets for the appropriate fight.
Man. Let me share I'm gonna share my screen with you right now. At the end, we're gonna call it, man, because I gotta roll out.
Right.
But it's been a good show. But let me show this, bro. I'll mess with you a little bit. On my screen. Show you how well Kemetic teaching is connected to Roman Catholicism.
Yeah, they tell you that. That's y'all.
Something that you don't see. No, it's not us. You keep saying y'all. You don't see this in the Bible.
If you got the New Testament, if you believe in the New Testament, then it's us too, bro. I promise.
Listen, bro, I'm telling you, it's not. No way, form, or fashion. And it's easy for me to do this, right? So let me show my screen real quick. I'm just gonna mess with you, man. Watch this.
I got you. I'm ready.
All right.
Cause y'all are Catholics. Y'all just at protest. Y'all in protest against the church.
No, we're not even nowhere near any Catholics, bro. We
Jesus
don't follow the Eucharist. And
you don't do communion?
Okay. That's not communion? Eucharist and communion is not, bruh. Eucharist and communion is not the same thing. Like, this is what I keep saying, bro. Y'all lost in the sauce on that one. But look at the screen real quick, bro. I'm gonna mess with you right now, right? So we know what the Papyrus of Ani talks about, right? It talks about those 42 negative confessions, right? Not laws, negative confessions. What we see here, you see here, this is the Papyrus of Ani, right? You see it?
Yeah, your screen blinking, but I see it.
Okay. So you see here, this is Anubis, right? This is tall. And this person right here, this is the person who's trying to enter in. They've just got past the weighing of the hearts, right? Ceremony right there, right? Am I correct? My Kemetic brother, big KMT. And so, and then we see, let me go back. And then we see them attempting to enter this chamber or this box. And what are they doing right here, right? With this person in the white right here.
They confessing.
What are they doing? They're attempting to enter this chamber. They're confessing, right?
Yeah.
And this is right? Right? And so confessing to Asar or Osiris, right? You see how this booth is constructed? You see that?
Yep.
Right? You see that? This person here has died, right? They passed the weighing of the heart ceremony. This is from the Papyrus of Ani. And they're going into here, this chamber, to confess what they have not done, these negative confessions, right? to Asar, to Osiris. Right? Now look what we see here in this Roman Catholic depiction of this chamber, where this young lady, just as you see this young lady here, is confessing to this Catholic priest, this Roman Catholic priest, who's sitting here behind the veil, just as you see here. Asar is sitting behind the veil-like thing. I don't know if that's really a veil, but we can really get into it. But you can see the similarities in the ritual practices of confession. That comes directly from ancient Kemet to directly to Catholicism. It's the same ritual practice. You don't find this in first century Christianity. It is not there. You do not see this among Judaic practices. It is not there. But why do you see it between ancient Kemetic practices and Catholicism? Because my hypothesis is that this is one of the same. It's just one of the same. Let's continue, right?
Okay. You know, there's
I'm gonna get a little bit further. It's gonna get fun, right? So in chapter 30b of the Papyrus Ani, entitled "Chapter Not for Letting Ani's Heart Create Opposition Against Him," in the God's domain, we see the deceased scribe standing before his own heart and soul, or his ka, on the scale of Mayat. On the opposite scale is the goddess Mayat's feather of truth, or the shu, right? The head of the goddess Mayat is atop the scales of justice, right? We can clearly see it up there. And then Thoth, also known by other names such as Tahuti, stands holding a tablet and a writing tool to record the results from the scales. The ibis-headed Thoth is the patron saint of Mayat and priest, right? So this is clearly what we see. More Catholic influence, more Kemetic influences on the Catholic rituals, right? Talking about saints and priests, right? Watch this. Let me go down a little bit further. So the petitioner announces the 42 divine principles of Mayat. But actually in the Papyrus of Ani, in chapter 125 of the Papyrus Ani, we find the petitioner led by Anubis into the Duat and pronouncing his or her 42 affirmative declarations. Why can now these negative confessions become 42 affirmative declarations? Is in chapter 25 now saying that this person has indeed done these things? Because it's clearly calling him to declarations now. Why does that happen? Because why now? They have taken the spells written by the scribe that they have not done these things to now go for Asar or Anubis or the Catholic priest and basically lie and say, you know what? In order for me to get to heaven, right, or order for me to get to the Sea of Reeds, right, or the Field of Reeds, I should say, the Field of Reeds, now I have to make these actions that I have not really done these things. Right? So this is what they go from the negative confessions back to the same image over and over and over again. And so I'm just ending it right there, bro, because I'm after my time. So I gotta get ready to close it up, but I'll let you have the last word, bro.
I got you. Hey, it's been a good build. Shout out to everybody that listened. Make sure y'all go back and hold us accountable. Google what we talking about. Look at what we saying. It's just gonna make us better. You know what I mean? I love your last little spiel. That's a piece of my spiel, but I look at Catholics as Christians. So you really did some of my homework, and it gets deeper than that. I went to a Catholic school, like I said, so they do have biblical interpretations that they hold that legitimize the act of confession. You know what I'm saying? If you ask the priest or somebody, they'll give you some scriptures. We can talk about that next time. You may interpret them different, But they've been using this interpretation since the 2nd century. When they pulled up to the first council, they already doing confessions.
Exactly. Since the century. Where's tree? You see what I keep saying? Y'all got to go to the 2nd century in order to make y'all argument stick. Y'all got to skip the 1st century. Yeshua's movement began in the 1st century. He died in the 1st century. So his whole move was 1st century. So in order to show origins, y'all got to start at the 1st century, but it can't be done, man. And with that, man, man, shout out to you, man. I appreciate you, brother. Shout out to Tony. I hope I'm saying it right. Sheba, man, I appreciate you, brother. If this is your first time gracing this channel, man, hope you come back, man. Hope you like, share, and subscribe, man. We answer a lot of those questions. The brother posted me some questions about David and Jonathan on another stream that we were watching. That we were talking about, and we had some some really good dialogue. So I appreciate this is a space where the brother can come over if you want to, bro, and have questions. We try to answer them here, bro, sort of at the end of the show and deal with it like that, man. But I really appreciate it, man. We got some stuff coming up in the next couple of days. I can't wait to see what the next topic is. My brother Andrew the Great has for us, man. So I don't set these topics. I let brother Andrew his topics, man, and then I try to add my piece and go in. So when he tells me what the topic is, I do have to do a little bit of study, a little bit of refresher work. So as he said, it helps me as well. So I'm learning, he's learning. So it's not just about a me thing on this segment of the Fringe, No Friend Zone podcast. I used to call it a podcast. I might try to do that. I'll talk to brother Andrew and see what he thinks. But this is kind of what I really want to deal with on that. So he said he already tapped in. Appreciate you, brother. So yeah, we definitely want to get into that, man. Peace and blessings, man, to everybody that tapped in and tuned in today, bro. We definitely going to be keeping this going. The people are getting edified. So as long as they're happening, I'm getting edified. So as long as we're all learning and building together. So as long as that's happening and we can keep it respectful and peaceful, and we still don't have to be timid, but we can really get into the information and break some things down, man, then we're going to keep it moving, man. So shout out to my brother, man, Andrew the student. I'm gonna have to do some work on some intros for this segment and some outros, man. But I'll be doing that, man, getting that set up for the No Friend Zone thing, man. I'll be working on
I got you. I got some stuff coming your way just for that, bro.
Okay, no doubt. No doubt.
Peace to the people, though.
Yeah, no doubt. Peace to the people, man. And what did I want to say? Keep looking out on this channel. I got Captain Zari, I want his lick back. He want to do some on reincarnation again. He want to get his lick back. So we're going to be doing that on Brother Sanet's channel as well. So checking me out over there. Brother Garfield, he just reached out to me. So I think he's trying to put something together too. He wants to know if I have something, to talk with some Hebrew Israelite brothers about. So we're going to see what that looks like. Other than that, tomorrow we're going to be doing a critical look at the book of Esther. We're really going to be going into that because I heard some brothers in some of these spaces saying how they dismiss the book of Esther. It's not important. It shouldn't be a part of the canon, and it's useless. But specifically, as Sister Cassandra knows this information too, that it does not deal with the name of Yahweh or anything coming from God that's God ordained in it. But I want to show how that's incorrect to the best of my ability and to promote the importance of Esther. I tell people all the time, without our sisters in the biblical narrative, from Rahab to Deborah, to Miriam, to Ruth, to Naomi, and so forth and so on throughout the ages. Without them being prominent in the scripture, there is no Israel. Israel does not exist. You can't have children without the women. That's just on a remedial level. But the understanding, the greatness and understanding of this, without the women, you don't have an argument against anything. And for so long, we've had this misogynistic rule of teaching coming from men who are quote unquote elders or pioneers of scripture, not understanding the woman's role and importance. They are the fabric and the thread to what we teach here, to what my understanding is, to how I do my bills and everything else. But doing it in its proper perspective. But we can't really have one without the other fabric. I'm sorry for your ignorance. I'm not apologizing for what I said. I'm just sorry for your ignorance. So, but with that being said, shout out again, man, to Andrew the student. And we are going to close this thing out. Please like, share, and subscribe. Thank you all for those who have contributed to this stream today. Amen. And we're going to keep this thing rocking and rolling, man. Tomorrow morning, we're going to be getting into it. So, hey, peace and blessings, man. Shalom.
Peace. Hotep.